I'm a connector of people.
I'm the reason you can video call your loved ones.
Let friends know you got home safe.
Work from home or jump on the latest social media trend.
Whether I'm climbing in a city or somewhere remote.
Jumping in the van early in the morning to repair storm-damaged cables.
Fixing a fault at a roadside box.
Or learning about new technologies.
I'm proud of what I do.
Because what I do impacts millions of people every day.
I'm literally connecting people.
If you told me last year that I'd be working as an engineer, keeping the country connected,
I'd have said, no way, that's not me. I'm not even technical.
But here I am. I guess we're in the business of changing people's minds as well as careers.
I work for a company that values me.
BT encourages me to learn and progress my career.
One day, I could become a specialist, a trainer, or even a leader.
I'm proud of what I do.
I'm powered by me.
And empowered by BT.
One more minute. Yeah, they're good to go. Okay, yeah.
Well, welcome back to the BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championships. We'll just take you through this race first of all with William Adeyeye, Howard Bell, Josh Armstrong, Scott Connell, Marco Stankovic, Benjamin Whitaker and Dajon Wright. There's the lineup. So 2 Loughborough athletes, East London Harriet Watt, Glasgow Caledonian and Exeter and Edge Hill in this. So looks like actually a DNS might be from lane 2. Top 2 automatically going through to the final, and then 2-time qualifiers. So it looks like no Howard Bell. So here they go, Adeyeye, watch out for him on the inside for East London. Coming through nicely though is Armstrong, clattering the hurdles, is right further back. Very close then between Armstrong and Connell. 14.54 for the first heat. Delighted to say that David Morgan Harrison joins me after winning the 100 metres. Fantastic performance from yourself. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm very happy with how it went. Can't really complain at a win, so not as well executed as yesterday, but conditions, aching, things like that. So pretty happy with how yesterday went, and yeah, just happy to get the win.
Yeah, I suppose that you might have caught that the semi-finals were quite close. You've got Alex Haydock-Wilson, who's someone who we know is a great 400-metre runner and also has won the 200-metre indoor title. But were you just thinking about yourself, or were you thinking, this is how I might place if I have a good race?
Yeah. Obviously, it was a stacked final. It could, in 100 metres, it can go anywhere. All you need is something wrong to happen, and you've ruined the rest of your race. It's only 10 seconds. So yeah, just sort of focusing on myself, focusing on execution. It's only an opener, so just wanted to get that first race out, and yeah, looking at the rest of the season now. Now,
of course, your brother Andy won the BUCS indoor title over 200 metres, so you're kind of equal in that way now.
Yeah, I guess so. Not quite a record holder, but it's something to work towards. Yeah, we always have a good laugh and a joke about, you know, who's beaten who's done better. So it's just, yeah, keeps us going, push each other in training and all that stuff, yeah.
It's really nice to see University of Hull represented as well, because, you know, no disrespect, but they don't have too many gold medals. So to really have Hull on the top set of the podium is quite nice as well.
Yeah. Just want to put Hull on the map and, you know, get a few wins for the uni, because they do support us a lot, and yeah, it's really good, the facilities they offer, and, you know, talented athlete program through uni. Yeah, they all help really well, so it's good to put them on the map.
So, of course, in the wider context of your season, as we see men's hammer final about to get underway, you started with the northern 60 metres that you won in 6.67, I think it was, which was an incredible time. So that maybe was beyond your expectations.
Yeah, I think indoor season I was sort of looking like goal-wise to hit sort of 675 mark. So I mean, getting the 667 felt good in January, so it was just, you know, in BUCS indoors, getting injured and having to work from that since February, so it's just good to get back into pain-free running again. So I've got to thank my coach for that as well, Alex O'Gorman, big shout out to him. Helps a lot. Couldn't have done it without him. Yeah, just can't thank him enough, really.
And so what's next for you? As we see, we're soon getting away with the we can see this medal presentation, India Oates and Simran Kaur and Emma Denham in the women's 100 sprint hurdles. I'll just run through the lineup for this second heat then. And we have Rico Cottle of Leeds, Awad Barrow of Loughborough, Oxford's Will Parry, Alex Parkinson Man Met, Cardiff Met's Jake Cover, Sam Clark of Cambridge and Reginald Ledday of the University of East London. So East London's Will Adeye missing out on the top two just before. It was Josh Armstrong of Loughborough and Scott Connell of Glasgow Caledonian who went through. So we'll look out for the top two again here as the whistle glows. So this being the second heat, and they'll go straight through to the final for these men. So the hurdles have all been put back up. As you can see, the field action behind them. They are just getting ready at the moment for the pole vault final, the A final that is, following the B final earlier. So athletes going back to their blocks. So David, what's next for you, or what's the kind of aim for this season if you have one?
Just sort of taking it race by race, but looking to under 23s mainly and British champs. Just got to talk through it with my coach and see what other races he wants me to do, talk through them, and yeah, mainly looking at under 23s and British champs later on in the season. I think that's July, so yeah, just looking towards that now.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations on your win, and thanks very much for joining.
Yeah, thank you.
So that was the voice of David Morgan Harrison, as we now focus on the sprint hurdles and heat number 2. So coming through here, Awad Barrow just hit that hurdle. Is he going to maintain his momentum? Just does enough ahead of Rico Cottle of Leeds. So yeah, Barrow smacked into a hurdle, and you just wonder sometimes it can be so difficult to keep up that momentum, but he just about managed to do it. Rico Cottle of Leeds was closing. Leeds, another university where you often see great performances over middle distance, and we certainly have at BUCS this year, but getting an athlete through to the sprint hurdles final. So the presentation for the men's 100 metre ambulance final we saw a few moments ago, of course. So Thomas Young in the centre there on the podium, taking the gold. Emmanuel Ayimbo Coker the silver, and John Bridge of Cardiff Met getting the bronze medal. Heat number 3 with Darren Thomas of Birmingham, Cardiff Met's Callum Holder, David Naylor of Edge Hill, Jada Lampos, Jean Nicolas Taratsides of Nottingham, Tom Wilcock of Loughborough, Joseph Agbodza of Trent, Edward Coles of Leeds. Heat 3 of 3 then. Top 2 going through automatically. We'll focus on that in a minute. This is early stages of the men's hammer. So take through the full lineup of the hammer final in a minute. This is Ben Hawkes that we saw there, so certainly a medal contender. Ben Hawkes. More on that in a minute. So Thomas, Holder, Naylor, Shaddat-Sidis, Wilcock, Agbodza and Coles. So Rico Cottle of Leeds has already made it through. Noah Barrow of Loughborough. Tom Wilcock hoping to follow Barrow, and Coles hoping to follow Cottle, who's now watching this race with the rest of his Leeds University crew. So time to get settled into blocks. Feel the tarmac on your fingers. So big shout to get them all away. Callum Holder of Cardiff Met going well, but these two, Wilcock and Agbodza, 14:23 on the clock. So Wilcock and Agbodza of Loughborough and Nottingham Trent. And they make it through to the final, which will take place tomorrow at 3:10. All the schedule and results coming through on the Roster Athletics app. I think they're actually coming through faster than they did at the indoors. Okay, let's go back to the hammer then. Let's focus on this. So 1, 2, 6, 3. That's Queen Margaret's Martin Willis.
I could go the other side where the mat is. Okay, yeah, I can cover this corner. I'll go just to my left, and I should be able to get both. The people in the way then.
So we're just waiting to see if they're going to put some measurements up on the scoreboard today. Meanwhile, stepping in is Jack Palmer, the Welshman. This is Peter Cassidy next. Dan Nixon of Northumbria next. So Nixon, a lifetime best of 55 metres. Appears to be his first competition since October 2020, in fact. He was the North East Counties champion in 2019 and Northern silver medalist as well.
Yeah, that's good.
Jack Padgett next for Loughborough. So Padgett, lifetime best of 64.47. This is his second comp of the year. Last weekend he won the Loughborough Outdoor Open. So Padgett was 7th at the English Senior Championships in 2019. We're looking at Rhys Perkins of Durham now. So Rhys is a Medway and Maidstone Club athlete. Lifetime best of 37.54. So meanwhile I can bring you some more results. India Oates taking the gold medal. We saw the presentation, women's 100 metre ambulant. T35 athletes, time of 16.66, higher Raza point score despite finishing second. So 5.18 on Raza points to 3.98 of Simran Kaur, who was first across the line in 14.62, the T46 athlete for Nottingham. Emma Denham was third, the T7 T37 athlete from Bournemouth, and it was 20:50 was her time. As we look here in the circle, this is Thomas Smith of Leicester, wearing 868, just winding up to throw now, building that rotational acceleration before releasing. So Thomas Young taking the men's 100-metre ambulant title for Loughborough, the T38 athlete and Paralympic champion. 11:27 was his time, 9:18 was his point score, and that ranked him first overall. Emmanuel Imbo Coker, 11:43, and John Bridge Cardiff Met, 11:81. So double podium for Loughborough. Earlier, Adam Donachie, another para event, so he was the lone competitor in the seated men's discus, and his best effort was 18:49. As we see Jack Turner of Loughborough in the circle. So in the men's javelin, I can tell you that Daniel Bainbridge managed 68.77, the best throw of all. Jonah McCafferty, Winchester, 60.07. Those two were over the auto queue of 60 metres. And then we have Tom Dollery of Bath, 57.64. Gareth Crawford of Ulster, 57.06. Fenton Bishop Timmings, possibly timings, 56.47. Lifetime best. Joss Foot of Trent, 55.68. Oliver Wright and Chris Brown of Loughborough, 54.70 and 53.57 respectively. And Hal Hutton of Exeter, 52.46, 52.21 Sam Bannon of Edge Hill. Cameron Darkin Price of Bath, 51.77. Rowan Burford of Oxford, 47.85. So Daniel Bainbridge, the British senior champion, only need one throw there. In the women's discus, happening at a different location. Tyre Tunstall of Loughborough, 49 metres, only athlete over the automatic queue. Distance, 43.96 for Loughborough's Emma Butham. In second, in terms of qualification, Hannah McCauley of Leicester, 43.74. Kira Maxwell of Glasgow, 41.99. Alexandra Baltazar Hall of Loughborough, 40.22. So those are the ones over 40. 39.60 for Kirsty Ann Ebinger Birmingham, 38.47 for Precious Hamilton of Derby. Ellie Lovett of Swansea, 38.13. Carolina Varmsler of Edinburgh, 37.10. Her teammate was Alex Baxendale, she managed 36.30. 36.21 for Jess Hopkins of Brunel. Ellie Alcock of Birmingham, 35.42. New lifetime best, as was Hopkins actually. 35.42 was what was needed to make it through to the final, so quite a bit short of the automatic qualifying mark. And Orla Manchester of Loughborough just misses out with 35.10, so 32 centimetres in it. So Sam Mace then of Loughborough, one of 4 in African Violet in this final. So timetable can be found on the BUCS website, and Scheduling results all on the Roster Athletics app, which you can download from the App Store. You'll be able to find these results. They're there. Results for the women's 400 metre hurdles, one of the first events of the day, setting up tomorrow's final. Nessa Meir of Loughborough, 58.75, 61.72. Rachel Callan of Strathclyde, Louise Robinson of Birmingham, 65.16. They all qualified along with Zoe Pollock of Loughborough, so could be close with Meir and Pollock, the two teammates. Pollock's time was 59.18 for the England under-23 champion, 61.43 for Orla Brennan of Birmingham. Chloe Essig-Bowen of Manchester Met, 62.61. Steph Fisher, 63.51, was a lifetime best performer for a time qualifying spot. Chloe Essig-Bowen, incidentally, for an automatic spot with a new PB. And then Daniel Janssen van Rensburg in 65.02 of University of the West of England. She also made it through. So those some of the key results that we have at the moment. I can tell you the women's 200 metre heats are coming up in 4 minutes time. The athletes are out there. We're focusing on this hammer final for now.
We will come in a moment to the first of 8 heats in the women's 200 metres. Qualification through to round 2, first 2. In each of the 8 heats qualify automatically, and they will be joined in the next round by the 8 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. In this first heat we have DNS in lanes 3 and 5. Lining up in lane 2 representing Cardiff Met. She finished third at this year's Welsh Indoor Championships of 200 metres, Mclennan Weber. In lane 4, representing Stirling University, Sam Turnbull. In lane 6, representing Edge Hill, Alice Woodhouse. In 7, representing Brunel, Ashley Beck. And in lane 8, completing the lineup, from Warwick University, Jasmine Guru. Heat 1 of 8, women's 200 metres.
So the bar's at 4:20 in the men's pole vault final. First real action that we've seen of it, and unable to clear out the first attempt there is Cameron Williams-Stein of Liverpool. John Moores. Megan Webber of Cardiff Met. Imogen Dorlane, UCL, Samantha Turnbull of Stirling, Sydney Davis of Staffordshire, Alice Woodhouse of Edge Hill, Ashley Bevan of Brunel, and Jasmine Duru of Warwick. So, coming through now here nicely is Ashley Bevan on the outside. Let's have a look as they come through down this home straight. Megan Webber of Cardiff Met, who made the 100 final, so she'll be pretty tired, you would have thought. But nice and easy in this heat in 25.90.
Side clock 25.90.
So, next to go will be Harry Pate of Bristol. his first attempt at 420, and he is over. So Liverpool, John Moore, athlete, couldn't clear, but Pate could. George Heppinstall, the silver medalist for the indoors, is here. He was beaten by Jake Watson of Oxford, who isn't. So chance for a different champion compared to BUCS indoors. It was a great battle between Jake Watson, Telford club athlete, and Heppinstall in his home stadium. We might get a chance to see Heppinstall in a moment, so great to just concentrate on the pole vault in between these heats, because obviously they are just heats and it's the final of the pole vault, particularly once we get to the higher heights. So Cameron Williams staying, he'll go for his second attempt at 420 and he'll have one more go.
Once again, we have a Cardiff Met student with an inside lane draw. This time Hannah Longden, the 2018 Welsh Under-20 indoor and outdoor champion. She's drawn in lane 1. In lane 2, representing Swansea University, Sean Vico.
So Hannah Longden of Cardiff, Sean Vico of Swansea, Tina Lewis of Middlesex, Ellie Booker of Sheffield Hallam, Lauren Carling of Newcastle, Anne Rodriguez of Stirling, Lauren Butler of Birmingham, and Abby Smith of Glasgow.
Ellie Booker. In lane 5, representing Newcastle University, Lauren Carling. In 6, representing Stirling, Anna Rodriguez. In 7, representing Birmingham, Lauren Butler. And completing the lineup, representing Glasgow University, Abby Smith. And remember, it is the first 2 who qualify automatically.
So top 2 going through automatically, then 8 times qualifiers across 8 heats. Wonder if Megan Webber of Cardiff Met can make 2 finals across 1 and 2. Already, of course, big lifetime best, as we know, in the 100. So certainly been a great weekend so far. So here we go, Hannah Longden on the inside, another Cardiff Met athlete. Sean Vico of Swansea, who I think Joe Austin is supporting. Tina Lewis of Middlesex, another who we've seen in the 100, if I'm not mistaken. Ellie Booker of Sheffield Hallam is in this. One of those to watch, lifetime best is 23.7. Lauren Carling of Newcastle, Anne Rodriguez of Stirling, Lauren Butler of Birmingham, and Abby Smith of Glasgow. Now some of these athletes, of course, might line up later this afternoon in the relay. So here we go, fantastic start from Ellie Booker, who's leaving them all in her wake. Lauren Butler on the outside, also going well. Here comes Booker though, through the middle. Longden in second place, 24.55.
24.55, showing trackside.
So Sheffield Hallam certainly loud in the house today. And that concludes heat number 2 of 8. Let's go back to the pole vault. That's George Heppinstall eating a banana. I think that's a banana. Third attempts at 420 then. Yes, I think it's a banana that's had a bite taken out of it. Yeah, often a good snack. Get a quick bit of sugar in without having a big meal. So the bar is up to 4:30 now, and Oliver Herring clears. Cameron Williams-Stein now at this new height. Oh, goodness me. Just keeps that bar up. Here we go. This is now heat number 3. Naomi Newman, Oxford Brooks, Jocelyn Guimaraes, Andrea Gilbert, Katerina Bartakoviskova of Northumbria, Rebecca Jego, the home favourite here, University of Essex student and Chelmsford athlete, Jessica Lake of Sheffield Hallam, Kefesha Bernard of Cambridge, and Sasha Didcott of Loughborough.
So, swiftly through the lineup for heat 3 of the 8, women's 200. Naomi Newman, Oxford Brooks, Jocelyn Guimaraes, Baxter University, Durham's Andrea Gilbert, Katerina Bartakoviskova, Northumbria, Rebecca Jego, Essex, Sheffield Hallam, Jess Lake, Kefesha Bernard, Cambridge, Sasha Didcott, Loughborough.
So Newman, Guimaraes, Gilbert, Bartakoviskova, Jego, Lake, Bernard and Didcott. Third heat of the women's 200 metres. So Jego going really well inside the first 100. British indoor and outdoor bronze medalist a couple of years ago. Was on TV and radio in preview for these championships, and so easy. Even she might be surprised at the gap between. 24.99.
24.99 showing track size.
A chance for me to give you some results, and I've just been handed a big bundle of them. So in the women's 400 metres, Natasha Harrison fastest, 55.05 in her semi-final to make it through the final with Asher Root, 56.35 for Newcastle. Hannah Kelly, Birmingham, 54.36. Jill Cherry, 54.40. They both make it through. And then Fionn Mayer Roberts, 56.17. Rachel Crawkin of Loughborough. So those were the automatic qualifiers. As we go back to the pole vault, Harry Pate of Bristol. So Pate of Bristol clearing. So that happened during the race. He cleared 4:30. Back to the 400 results. So the two-time qualifiers were 55.87 Emma Alderson of Loughborough and Ellie Grove of Bath. We wondered if it was her or Olivia Kimboa in the end. Grove of Bath, 57.43 was faster than Kimboa's 57.71. So the bar now brought down by, I believe, Mark Mellor, that is. Back to the hammer throw. And Dan Nixon of Northumbria. Sam Mace of Loughborough winding up. You can see the Chelmsford City FC crest, Lithuanian, Polish and British flags by the food van.
19 World Under 2100 and 200 metre champion, Issy Tustin. In lane 2, representing Liverpool University, Rebecca Bowden. In 3.
So I'll bring you the men's 400 results quickly. Connor Neal, Moyo Sargent qualifying automatically. Ben Hawkes, Emmanuel Aguirre joining them. And then Ben Higgins and Ellis Greatrex also through. Jimmy Seacombe was a time qualifier, as was Hakan Dalbal. Over to this next heat 4 of 8. Izzy Tustin, Cardiff Met. Becca Bowden of Liverpool. Bria Bullard, Loughborough. Paris Kaurman Met. Kieran Nugren of Durham. Sheffield's Emily Reid. Rasheen Harrison, Aberdeen. Ellie Turner, Kent.
And in lane 8 from Kent University, Ellie Turner.
So Rebecca Matheson of Robert Gordon, one of the top-ranked athletes. She had a pretty good 100 metres making the final. Perhaps she can get into a pair of finals, of course. So Tustin, Bowden, Bullard, Cowell, Nogren, Reid, Harrison and Turner. Top 2 going through automatically, 8 time qualifying positions after that.
Keep an eye on lane 7, Rasheen Harrison.
So Rasheen Harrison, Irish international, going really well from lane 7. So they come down the home straight now. Izzy Tustin also going well. Rasheen Harrison from Ellie Turner and Izzy Tustin 24.41.
Kent University student. Trackside clock 24.41.
So William Stain from Liverpool, John Moores, unable to clear. The bar up at 4:40.
The quickest heat so far.
So 24.41 the fastest heat so far. That sort of 23-24 second mark, that was what we're looking for in terms of fast times. Occasionally 22-second runners at BUCS. Finna Agipong as an example of someone who was particularly impressive over 200. Maya Bruni, a previous winner. Jack Padgett here, 2019 England senior finalist. You might have heard the bang off the cage there. Harry Pate of Bristol, we saw him clear previous heights there. Now up at 4:40 first attempt. No, didn't get anywhere near the height, unfortunately. There'll be some athletes who haven't entered the competition yet, but I'm sure they will do fairly soon. Jack Turner of Loughborough there. So bar still at 4:40. Athlete 9:40 is Oliver Herring.
Heat 5 for the women's 200, lane 1 DNS. In lane 2, representing Exeter University, Harriet Rimmel. Representing Manchester.
Our first sighting of Karen Kapoor-Walton.
Last season's
first attempt 4:40.
Rachel Bennett. In lane 4, representing King's College London, Eleanor Bowles. In 5, representing Glasgow Caledonian, Eve Denholm. In 6, from Edgehill, Rebecca Weeks. In 7, representing Nottingham University, Zoe Dacre. And completing the lineup, the 2020 Scottish University's indoor bronze medalist from Liverpool John Moores University, Sarah Malone. Heat 5 of 8, women's 200.
So Karen Kapoor-Walton makes it over. This is the start list for heat number 5. So Bernard, Rimmel, Bennett, Bowles, Denham, Weeks and Dake and Malone. So Malone, one of those who made the 100 final, also doubling up here. She set a new lifetime best, going toe-to-toe with Rachel Bennett. So it's going to be these two, Rachel Bennett and Sarah Malone, 24.74 on the clock. So 3/10 off the previous heat time.
Oh, 24.41, the quickest time recorded in the heat so far. That was in heat 4. Rasheen Harrison.
So Oliver Herring makes it over as well at 4:40, second attempt.
The men's pole vault competition, the A final, the bar is now 4 metres 40. In the 6 of the 8 heats in the women's 200. Hannah Owen, Manchester in lane 1. In 2, representing Hertfordshire University, Caleb Bowling. In 3, Charlotte Silloway. Oxford Brooks, representing Leeds in lane 4, Stella Ferry. From King's College London in lane 5, a GB 4x400 metre international, Mary Abici. In 6, representing York University, Lottie Julian. In 7th, she's from Sheffield University, Isla Golda. And completing the lineup in lane 8, representing Glasgow University, Lynn Harvey. Heat 6 of the 8 women's 200.
Harry Pater of Northumbria, of Bristol, excuse me, second attempt 440. And he also makes it over.
Do you want me to get this corner then, Bert?
So Owen, Bowley, Sidaway, Perrett, Abici, Julian, Golder and Harvey. Watch out for Mary Abici then from lane 5, going well already. Coming down the home straight. Owen of Manchester also looking strong. Abici comes through 24.78. Close with Stella Perrett in second for Leeds.
Certainly the clear winner in 24.
So it might actually have been Stella Perrett who got that second place.
Are in the pole vault, now up to 4 metres 50. And I've just seen Loughborough's Owen Bird go clear at his first attempt. Set a lifetime best of 4 metres 90 last year. Taking the Sutton Senior title and second at the England Under-23 Championships.
Finley Cordery then coming up next. Now, I don't think we've seen him so far in the competition. Obviously the brother of Molly Cordery, who I think was the youngest competitor in the England team at the Commonwealth Games in the pole vault in 2018, and has had a few caps, if you like, a few appearances for GB at senior level. And now Finley kind of hoping to follow in those footsteps. Finley has a lifetime best of 4.72. That came indoors in 2020. He was 5th at the BUCS indoors, also in that position at the Welsh Indoor Championships. He's here representing Swansea University. He's a Cornwall club athlete. So the bar's at 4.50. So you can probably see, oh, and just pulls out of that one. So that will be a red flag. Reached over into the mat. So that's one of the first few competitors we've seen at this new height of 5.50, Finley Cordery. Right, heat number 7 of the women's 200 metres. We've got Emma Davis, Abigail Walters, Hannah Breyer. So someone who has won the BUCS indoor 60-metre title 3 times. She also has won 200-metre silver medal. And Anna Cameron of Strathclyde, Robert Gordon's Rebecca Matheson, who made the 100 final, Isabella Booser of Oxford, Laura Turley of Chester, and Abby Hutchby of Nottingham. So Hannah Breyer getting ready to take part here. Before that, we see the bolt. So bar still at 450. Might be Howard Bell. Hard to tell from that angle there. So these athletes call to their marks. Emma Davis, Abigail Walters, Hannah Breyer, Anna Cameron, Rebecca Matheson, Isabella Busa, Laura Turley, so someone who won the BUCS outdoor bronze medal jointly with Emma Alderson over 400 in 2019, and Abby Hutchby of Nottingham. So Hannah Breyer hoping for yet another BUCS medal at these championships, and she'll probably be part of the Cardiff Met relay team as well. Former Loughborough competitor. So here she is coming through the centre. Rebecca Matheson in second place, Laura Turley in third. 24:16 for Hannah Breyer.
24.16. And that 24.16, the fastest heat so far.
So that's obviously the fastest heat that we've had so far. Harry Pate of Bristol going next at 450. So George Heppinstall there, possibly gold medal favourite. We'll wait and see though. He's now minus banana. He has refueled, as it were. No luck for Pate though. So shortly we'll see the 8th and final heat of the women's 200 metres. You can download the Roster Athletics app to check out results that are coming through quite well. Sometimes in the field they're a little slower, as they are written down by the officials and are handed in at the end of the competition. We had a nice chat earlier on with David Morgan Harrison, who was talking us through his 100 metre victory. He won the title for the University of Hull. .10:59 was the time. Richard Akinyebo got silver for Trent, and Tyler Panton bronze for Brunel. The women's final was won by Leah Sibbons of Bath. She just nicked past Alison Bell, who set a new lifetime best of 11:72 behind Sibbons' 11:70. Leonie Ashmead got bronze for Hallam, 11:81. So Rebecca Matheson finished 8th in that final. We've just seen her qualify for the 200 metre semi-finals. We have one more 200 metre heat as we continue in the pole vault. So that is a clearance then at 4 metres and 50 for Mark Meller.
The BUCS indoor bronze medalist this year. Lifetime best for 4:66 at Port Cardiff. So it's been a good 2022 so far.
So Meller joining his teammates Herring and Hurd in this final.
And so we come to the
What about the last heat of the women's 200? Should we do that? Let's do it. Madeline Wapples of Birmingham, Ella Barker of Exeter, Warwick's Melina Pelling, Coralie Absalom of East Anglia, Acacia Ellis of the University of East London. So another athlete who's doing both the sprints here. And Acacia Ellis was very close to making the 100 metre final. Tia Anderson, Erin Minton Bradford. So she is also in the 400 metres. So I think she's the only person doing 2 and 4 here this weekend, although plenty 400 metre athletes are having a go at 200 and vice versa only, like Laura Turley. So Erin Minton Bradford, another person who has made lots of semi-finals, been competing at BUCS since 2017. Maybe the Hull success of David Morgan Harrison can spur her on. Lucy Drover makes it 2 East Anglia athletes in this. So athletes called to their marks at Chelmsford Sport and Athletics Centre. We've got free parking here. We've got a big warm-up facility. We've got 2 stands, and there's a food bar with some refreshments. So not bad, and hopefully these athletes will come away pleased with their performances as well, because that's what they'll be focused on. Erin Minton Bradford going really well from lane 7 then. Acacia Ellis of UEL on her inside. And then Madeline Wapples right on the inside. So very close between Wapples of Birmingham, Ellis of East London, and Minton Bradford just being run out of it towards the finish. Karen Capel-Walton. Pole on the ground. So great to see the camaraderie between these rivals. And I remember just a few years ago we had Harry Coppell, now the British record holder, Adam Haig for Sheffield Hallam, and Charlie Myers. They've all come through together, and sometimes sitting on the back straight, maybe in Bedford on a windy day, and having great chat between them, but you just wonder who's going to make the most of it in terms of performance on the day, and matter of zoning in when it comes down to that. Bit of chit-chat between the officials here. Maybe they're deciding what the bar's going to go up to, or what everyone's choosing to do. Pole vault continuing soon. There's a pole that reminds you of what you see outside of a barber's shop, or possibly a rock candy from the seaside, if you like that sort of thing. Tend to get stuck in my teeth. Now that's not what the dentist really likes. But then, and not everyone likes the dentist, do they? I mean, every time I go to the dentist, they say, you've not seen us in X amount of time. And I say, well, I've been busy at the athletics. Karen Capel-Walton, he's got his pole, he's going the wrong way. It's the other way. It's gone. Upper athlete, I think that's Mark Mellor, is also going the wrong way. So everyone's going backwards at the moment. Oliver Herring, that is, actually. I did joke with our director that in the steeplechase they run backwards, but he didn't believe me.
And then don't show them. Play on this a little bit. Lift a bit.
What do I love about working at BT? There's loads of things, I can't pick 3. People think finance is less exciting than it is because they think it's all about the numbers, but actually finance is about partnering and understanding the business and using the numbers to drive value and insight.
You could be in an audit type function, you could be in management accounting, you could be in bid work. There's a load of different things that you could do as part of finance within BT.
It is a great measure of the business, it never lies.
BT actually sponsored me to do my exams to become a chartered management accountant. Qualification I can take anywhere, but I love the fact that BT have allowed me to do that here and I can work all the time when I'm doing it.
It can be quite cyclical in terms of when workload comes, so there's a real drive around month end, around quarter and year end. Those can be busy times, that's true, but it means that outside of those times, sometimes we take opportunities to just step back and relax a little bit, and BT is really flexible around that.
I really like maths and I really like spreadsheets, which sounds really nerdy, but I just love it.
Slide around the main target, so I think we've got the majority of the rough stuff.
Okay, so at the moment we have this pole vault final going on. We've got the bar at 450. We're just waiting for men's 200 metre heats. They're coming up in a few moments' time at 3 o'clock. So perfect moment to bring someone in for a chat. And Ellis Greatrix is with us. So obviously you've been competing in the 400 metres, but in some new colours, in Nottingham Trent colours. So change of uni for you.
Yeah, that's right. So obviously I was originally a Loughborough student, 2019, and then dropped out, took a couple of years out. Obviously then we had the COVID pandemic, so I worked in a restaurant for a bit to kind of be able to still live locally to Loughborough where I train, but then financially be able to train. Did that, and then I just thought, do you know what, let's go back to university. So I'm doing a different course as well, sports science with maths, which the maths is very hard, but I'm enjoying it and it's nice. And I think the Nottingham-Trent team have been really supportive of me, which I'm really enjoying. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, that's fascinating stuff that you just ran through there. We are about to head into the first heat of the men's 200. So there are going to be 12 heats of these. We're also watching the pole vault final, which we've got Derek Kinloch in the first heat, and then in the pole vault we have here Harry Pate of Bristol going at 450. So chosen to concentrate on the 400. I suppose that's typically been your strongest event.
Yeah, definitely. I'm enjoying it now. We've had myself and my training partner Ben Higgins, we are in the same semi-final today, and we've recently over the last 12 months changed coach as well. So we're with Stuart Marshall, based in Coventry. Obviously we live in Loughborough, so we kind of do a bit of crossover. We drive down and our coach drives up, and we've got a nice little bit of a situation going there with the two of us, and I think a few more athletes are keen to join us as well. So we've got a great group. We've got some good girls as well, Yasmin Liverpool and Amy Hilliard, who are obviously are 400 runners as well.
Absolutely.
So it's good.
Yeah, it does sound like a great group. Here comes Derek Kinloch then. He's going to win his heat in 22. Well, the clock doesn't stop, but it was around 22 seconds. And Kinloch was dominant there, the European under-20 champion, of course. Yeah, I mean, Ben Higgins particularly has absolutely seemed to be smashing it this year, really breaking his lifetime best time and again.
Absolutely, yeah, he's a great training partner of mine. I'm actually moving in to live with him in July as well, so it would be nice to have him there. He's a very good influence in so many things, in his diet, in everything. It'd be a great person to have around. I've just spent 2 weeks with him in Mallorca on a training camp, which was great as well. I always woke up to a cup of tea from him in the morning, which was lovely. So yeah, it's great. Honestly, we obviously were together in our initial group. We've then changed coach, but we've gone together, and it's just great to work with him. And hopefully, obviously, we've produced some quick times this weekend. Hopefully, me and him can both progress from there as well.
Yeah, and I mean, socially is a big part of why athletes come back and compete at BUCS, right? Because we've seen this weekend a number of people, not just 2019 when you started, but way back further, 5 to 10 years, that they keep coming back. And this event must be a key reason why they keep wanting to come back.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was definitely a shame. Obviously, I wasn't a student for the last couple of years, but it was definitely a shame for those that were to potentially miss out on BUCS selection because of the championships not being hosted. Obviously, 2019 was the last BUCS outdoors, which was the last one I attended, so it almost seems like I've not missed anything, but I know that a lot of guys have, and I feel really sad for those that have not had, perhaps they're in their last year and they were looking forward to BUCS and they've not had, or like for example Ben Higgins himself, he moved to Loughborough as a student the year that 2019 as we progressed to 2020, so this is his first BUCS and he's here obviously all guns blazing, ready, fastest qualifier for the final.
Yeah, no, fantastic stuff. Yeah, as you said, people keep coming back. It's been a few years, I suppose. That means that if you did win in 2019, you'd still be the defending champions.
Yeah,
which is nice. So Nottingham-Trent team, we also saw Richard Akinyebu do quite well in the men's 100 metres, so there are quite a few of you dotted around that are having some good performances.
Yeah, it's a very small team, but a very high-performing team, which is nice. Obviously, Richard, we were meant to be roommates this weekend in our hotel, but he hasn't showed up once. But I think he lives locally anyway with his family, so it makes sense to stay there rather than the team hotel. But yeah, obviously he's performed really well, similarly indoors in the 60, and then we had a BUCS indoor champion in Shani Skirvin in the 200, so the sprint side is definitely looking really good, but obviously we've got everything. We've got high jumpers, we've got triple jump, we've got plenty.
So we're watching the pole vault here. Karen Capel-Walton, 450, his first attempt. One of the other pole vaulters, George Heppinstall, was having a banana as his kind of let's say, event snack. What's your pre-race routine?
Oh, that's a tough question. Always Weetabix for breakfast. Love my Weetabix.
How many Weetabix? It's three. Yeah, I was going to say it's 3 too many because I always have 3.
No, so a few years ago it was always 6. It was always 6. Now it's down to 4 because I think that's about the right amount. Yeah. And then that's it really. Even training days. When we were out in Mallorca, we went to a supermarket. They didn't have any, so I did go with Special K then. That wasn't too bad either. And then last night I had lasagna. That was the one. Love a good lasagna. So then I'll just get to the track.
I mean, that's not really a choice between lasagna and Weetabix anymore, but yeah, different times of day.
Yeah, then I'll get to the track. Ben Higgins himself has got me into rice cakes, so I'm having caramel rice cakes, which are lovely. And then just drinking plenty of water, the odd Red Bull now and again, just to give me a bit of caffeine boost. But yeah.
So are you dipping these rice cakes in your tea that Ben Higgins makes?
No. Do you know, I haven't tried that, so I might do.
There you go. Want something to take away from this event. Yeah, okay, interesting. I mean, there's usually, when you said 6 Weetabix, I don't know how you're fitting them in one bowl, really.
Neither do I. My dad just did it for me. This was back when I was in school, so my dad would do it for me.
Smash it up, yeah. Yeah. There you go. You've got to be a bit careful with some of those cheap alternatives to Weetabix because it can be like eating MDF.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is something to avoid, obviously. Bit of a safety warning there. Health announcement. So this next heat features George Mitchell of Liverpool, LSE's Michael Demoa, Jeremiah Azu, certainly one to watch, winner of the European Under-23 title, Ollie Sprio of Nottingham, Lemuel Krensil of Oxford, Jack Menser of Loughborough, Jan Bauer of Bristol. As we see, second attempt failure there at 4:50. About to get under this 200-metre heat, though. So Nottingham athletes in this, a bit of a rivalry, healthy rivalry between yourselves and Nottingham Uni?
Yeah, so there's the varsity competition that will be coming up in a couple of weeks' time, I think, which is obviously the Uni of Nottingham against Nottingham Trent. That's at the Harvey Haddon Stadium in Nottingham. So yeah, that's obviously an exciting one for people to compete. Those that perhaps don't get the standard for the BUCS competition are able to compete there as well, which is always nice.
Now, what have you made of the new venue? This might be your first time in Chelmsford or not?
Yeah, it is, in fact. I really enjoy it. I think it's really nice. I think as a facility, it is... I do prefer it to Bedford as a facility, perhaps not as the track layout. Obviously the Mondo track in Bedford is obviously giving you an advantage, and I love that there. But yeah, I think it's really nice here, and touch wood, the wind's been quite nice so far.
Jeremiah Azu going quite well so far as well in the centre for Cardiff Met. So used to seeing him in the blue colours of Cardiff AC Club here for Uni. The athlete coached by Helen James comes through in 22:30. So, well, obviously your former university, Loughborough, bringing an incredibly strong team with the likes of Jess Jardine and Jamie Webb. So I'm sure the envy of everyone with the international medalist quality that they have.
Yeah, Loughborough are obviously a great side. They've fielded so many athletes across all the events. Obviously the highlight yesterday, well, one of, was the 3 medals all being taken in the women's javelin. So yeah, obviously there's so much strength in depth across all events, which is why they can fill so many relay teams as well, which obviously we've got coming up later this afternoon. So yeah, they're an excited team. Slightly disappointed not to be part of it, but you know, I'm at Nottingham Trent now and they're supporting me really well and I love it there. So
brilliant. Yeah, and Loughborough athlete just clearing here is Oliver Herring, still at 4:50, and second attempts there. So this is the men's pole vault A final. We previously saw the B final, and Harry Pate of Bristol, second attempt for him coming up next. So, well, so one thing we sometimes see at BUCS is athletes doing multiple events in order to pick up points. If you had to do a field event, which would it be?
Field, oh.
It's too easy a question otherwise if I include...
Well, if anyone's seen me upper body-wise, it definitely wouldn't be a throw. But then I'm not very technical, so I would rule out a high jump. It would have to be either a long or a triple jump, I'd say.
Yeah.
Probably triple jump. Don't know why, but yeah, that would probably be the best one for me.
Yeah, that could combine reasonably well. And so, what do you think would be the goal for this year? Would you be targeting doing well at British Champs, or I don't know if you're still at age group level or if you're senior?
No, yeah, this is my first year as a senior. Obviously, my last year under 23 last year was ruled out because I was injured throughout the whole summer. So I think, sorry, Ben Higgins is just videoing me from down there and it's putting me off. So yeah, so this is my first year as a senior, so obviously no more age group championships for me, but I'm just looking to personal best, if I'm honest. It's been 2019 when I last ran a personal best, so I think to improve on that this year would be definitely great, especially the hard work that myself and my coach have been putting in. I think, yeah, I'd like to this year for sure.
Joe Bryan. Remember, Joe was due to compete at the European Under-23 Championships last year and was then called up to the Olympic Games 4x400 metre squad. So keep a watchful eye on Joe Bryan in lane 6, lifetime best at 21.13, and completing the lineup in lane 7, Andrew Baird at Glasgow.
So, heat number 3, if I haven't lost count. Top 2 going through automatically. 8-time qualifiers: James Osola of Bath, Callum Robinson of Exeter, Sahib Singh of Westminster, Christian Samuel Nash of Brunel, James Alesho of Nottingham, Joe Bryan of Cardiff Met, and Andrew Baird of Glasgow. So they're all waiting on the far side for the next 200-metre heats. And there are 12 of them. We'll keep an eye on the men's pole vault as well. The bar is still at 4 metres and 50. We've got a real challenge here when commentating because there is a pole and a roof in the way. But we keep that quiet so no one knows. But as you can probably tell now, you've experienced it standing here. It's quite a challenge. So it looks like there might be a DNS there because I can't see. Certainly I can't see an athlete in lane 8, but that wasn't expected. But I'm not sure if there is 8 athletes out there. Wait and see. Just the 6, I believe, yeah. So no Sahib Singh, I think. So going well is James Osola of Bath, but Joe Bryan as expected. So another GB international quality athlete coming here for Cardiff Met, following Jeremiah Azu as well. Joe Bryan through in 21.90. So it's interesting, isn't it? Some of the 400-metre athletes are having a go at 200 and even the 100, and you presume they're trying to work on their speed.
Yeah, so obviously Alex Haydock-Wilson ran in the 100 metres earlier, and me and him shared a lift down on Friday, so he told me that he feels like he's in a good place for his back-end strength of the 400, but it's just his speed that he felt needed a bit of an improvement, hence doing that this weekend. And obviously we've just seen Joe there doing the 200. So yeah, I think that's the one thing about doing the 400 metres. It's having that ability to get through the first 200 quick and it feeling easy. And obviously the quicker you can run a 2, the more comfortable that feels. So yeah, Joe obviously going well in that heat just now.
Capper Welton bringing the bar down there. Still at 450, I believe. Yeah, so I mean, there's so many athletes vying for spots this year on individual and relay teams. Looking at the men's 400 metres, who have you watched growing up that you've kind of admired, or not even growing up, but maybe now as well, that's been part of either the GB or team or internationally beyond that as well?
Obviously the standout in the UK over the past few years, Martin Rooney at first, and then Matt Hudson-Smith of recent date. So yeah, obviously though Matt Hudson-Smith being based in Birmingham as well, obviously I'm quite local down from Wolverhampton, so obviously I've always looked up to him. When I got my first ever GB selection in 2016 for the European Youths, I got a message from Matt congratulating me on my selection, which was obviously really nice at the time. As a young 16-year-old I was, to get a message from someone who's later that summer went to the Rio Olympics, so it was amazing to get that. And yeah, obviously I've started doing my 400s in 2015, so really the only ones of note that I know the likes of Van Niekerk and everyone, but obviously it's so impressive the times that they can produce.
Yeah, it's quite extraordinary. I mean, just to take a couple of seconds away from someone like, you know, your times and see just how someone can pull a race together and be that much quicker in order to win an international medal. So Finlay Caudry of Swansea here, the bar still at 450. I think that's his third attempt, so I think that he'll be out of the competition now. The brother of Molly Caudry, I believe they're both coached by her dad Stuart as well. So we're getting towards the, let's say, higher heights, but I still feel there are a few more to come. So let us know while Ellis is still here for the next few minutes if there are any questions for him on the chat. So while the pole vault final's still ongoing, we have got a few more heats coming up of the 200 metres. They're just practicing their starts. And having a look at the lineup for heat number 4, Tristan Mclennan, Callum Letham, Jake Kelly, Stuart Greenhow, Nick Price, Harry Osborne and Sebastian Philo. So I suppose across this whole event, not just your university club mates, but there'll be people that you know from county and club level and lots of different things, previous GB selections as well. So it's kind of almost like a big reunion in a way.
Absolutely, and especially for myself being injured last summer, it's been an extended reunion for so many people that I haven't seen. For example, Joe Bryer there, I've shared rooms with him at World Under-20 and European Under-23. And then there's club athletes from my home club at Wolverhampton and Bilston, where I haven't seen those since the days when I left the club a few years ago to move on. So it's nice to see everyone and catch up with everyone. Yeah, like you said, from county level onwards, it's great.
Yeah, so I was commentating at that event, the Under-23s, where I think they did the podium medal ceremony at the after party, and I thought it was interesting to note that they only serve like lemonade and popcorn at the after party, making it relatively tame.
Especially, obviously, for us, those competitions are in July, so there's still plenty more of the season to come then, a good couple months or so.
Yeah.
So you've got to be sensible.
Keep under wraps, yeah, why not? Okay, so here comes Harry Pate of Bristol. Oh, didn't quite get the height, just seemed to lose momentum midway through, so I think we're still at third attempts at 450. So if so, he'd also be out of the competition. So we're going to put a big fat X next to his name on that. Mclennan, Letham, Kelly, Greenhow, Price, Osborne and Philo. This might be Nick Price's favourite distance of all the sprints, the 200. Stuart Greenhow, Scottish student champion. The recall gun goes, the rather extravagant recall sound. We did hear it in the 400, but you certainly wouldn't miss hearing that. Or I don't know, because athletes seem very, very zoned in sometimes. I don't think athletes really hear the stadium announcer, do they?
No, there's sometimes that you can witness on TV where people do carry on and they don't actually realise that the second gun has been called, which obviously is always a risk if you end up running too far and overexert yourself and get tired for the run that you'll have moments later.
It's hard to tell. Yeah, we had a women's sprint hurdles race where a lot of people on the stream were kind of disputing that they thought someone else should have been disqualified, but yeah, hard to tell really from just watching the replay here. I asked if there are any questions, and Nathan Petch has asked for a bit of karaoke. I think that's a bit of a stretch too far, but...
Yeah, there's obviously a story behind that.
Oh, right, okay.
Well, obviously, we went to Mallorca for our warm weather camp, and one of the nights we did go to a karaoke bar. So myself and my coach, we started singing one, but I didn't... It's All Rise. I can't remember the artist, but we didn't know the words. And then later on, myself and Yasmin Liverpool did... Dancing Queen as well, so
oh wow,
I don't quite think that's acceptable right now, but
yeah, well, because you said it so confidently, I thought you were going to just take it on. Okay. Oh dear. Right, okay, there's another DNS here, but Nick Price is in the red of Staffordshire, Stuart Greenhow of Stirling in the green on his left hand side in lane 4 there. So Price and Greenhalgh, these two battling so closely. There you go. I think it's just about Nick Price in 22.09 coming through. So we also have, of course, the men's pole vault. Third attempts at 4:50. It looks like still. We haven't really seen George Heppinstall yet. Maybe time for a squeeze in one more banana. This is Karen Capel-Walton. So I think it'll also be his third attempt. And then just looking at the timetable as well, it's now 3:15 and the women's hammer final is soon to get underway. So, well, Ellis, it's been really good to have you join us. So obviously, if I'm not mistaken, how did the 400 metre go? Because everything's kind of swimming through my head.
Yeah, so I qualified the heats for yesterday, the semi-final today. I qualified through both of those. Final tomorrow, sometime after 1 p.m.
Yeah, okay, well that I can do. So it's at 1:25.
Perfect.
Brilliant. So we'll look forward to that. So just under 23 hours to prepare.
Yeah.
Although, have you got a relay team or?
No, we haven't. No, I'm not sure whether there is a 4x1, but there's certainly not a 4x4. So that's nice for me to just head back to the hotel, rest up, and then get ready, prepared for tomorrow.
Brilliant. Well, we'll let you do that, and thanks very much for joining.
Thank you very much.
The line-up for Heat 5, the 12 in the men's 200. Sam Nelson, Oxford, goes in lane 1. Then we have Jacob Wilkinson, Swansea, in 2. Jason Kalala.
Well, brilliant to have Ellis Great Tricks on, and nearly going for a bit of karaoke as well. So that was brilliant stuff. So let's take a look at the lineup for the next heat. Heat number 5, excuse me. Sam Nelson, Jacob Wilkinson, Jason Kalala, Darian Moore, Achim Leubel, David Nana and Benjamin Toe.
And we have upward progress in the pole vault. The bar has gone up to 4 meters 60. That looked like a very good clearance, first time at 460 for Owen Hurd.
So the bar's gone up to 460 now in the pole vault, so that's the latest. Spent a while at 450. A couple of athletes certainly going out, and some just staying in by the skin of their teeth and managing to remain in. So bringing you some more results in a minute. We'll also check in with the hammer, which is just getting going right now. And meanwhile, we still have quite a few more heats of the men's 200 meters. So these athletes have been called to their marks. So Nelson, Wilkinson, Kalala, Moore, Leubel, Nana and Toe. Huge roar gets them underway, and Birmingham's Darian Moore pushing through now with Jason Kalala Brunel now responding. Mclennan's Benjamin Toe on the outside. Here comes Kalala from Moore. 21.98 on the clock. So qualification quite simple there from our top two. So trying to spread the representation in the commentary box as we see 460, and that was Oliver Herring first attempt, then failure. We're still showing his first attempt, so we know that he's still in the competition, certainly. Yeah, so we've had Johnny Curry from Birmingham here. Man met Steve Green, David Morgan Harrison of Hull, and then Trent Ellis Greatrix, and maybe a couple of others tomorrow. Hopeful to have Stirling and Loughborough representative tomorrow, so we'll have had some perspective, some insight from 6 different universities. So over to the hammer. We mentioned that the women's hammer final was getting underway. So this is athlete 545, which is Keris Thomas. So we're going to stay with the hammer final just for the moment. So the measurement 46.84. That's come up, 46.84 for Keris Thomas, one of 3 Cardiff athletes in this. We'll keep half an eye on the pole vault as well. So we're at second attempts at 460 in the pole vault, and second round of the hammer. This is Phoebe Baggett of Oxford. So just seen a question that's come in from Joe Fuggle, Ellis Greatrix. What's your Nando's order? We haven't been able to ask that, unfortunately. He's gone back to, he'll go and get some rest now, possibly a meal as well. So you'll have to ask that question to him personally. Great to have Joe Fuggle join us as well. Someone who's done a lot of important work for athlete mental health over the last couple of years with the Athlete Place. And when I spoke to him about it, he raised a lot of really important points, I think, that aren't spoken about enough, such as burnout for young athletes. And it's interesting to just reflect on things like that. I think BUCS is a competition where there is the opportunity to enjoy it without too much pressure. Be part of something that is a reunion of sorts, as we were saying. So heat number 6, here we go. Parisi, Stapleton, Herbert, Price, Bailey, Knox and Thorpe. Been practicing how quickly I can get out 8 names before the start of a race in one mouthful. So these athletes called to their marks. Gabriella Parisi of Surrey, Alex Stapleton of East Anglia, Nottingham Trent's Uzo Herbert, Zachary Price of Hallam, Cameron Bailey of Birmingham, Jonathan Knox of Cardiff, and William Thorpe of Manchester. So Jonathan Knox on the door of the 200-metre semi-finals. That's what he'll be hoping. Cameron Bailey on his hand side, the one with the excellent and up-to-date Power of 10 athletics profile. And here comes Zachary Price of Hallam on his inside. So Price of Hallam, Bailey of Birmingham, 21.95. Those two go through to the semi-finals.
Score 81.95.
Quite a gust of wind coming in. Right, let's check in with some of our field events that are ongoing. We're up to third attempts at 460, and we've in the pole vault, and we've also got the women's hammer final. So obviously the pole vault being linear, we go up and up to the higher heights. So we'll have a look at that, but with the hammer you don't know when the best throw might come, so let's cross to that right now. We're in the second round still, and this is Katie Lambert of Loughborough now. So, and that has landed just beyond 50 metres. So we'll have a look at that measurement for Lambert of Loughborough. So let us know who you're cheering on this afternoon. Son, daughter, cousin, friend, university colleague, classmate. Unlikely mum or dad. So the Nottingham athlete Libby Taylor here. So let's have a look at this measurement coming up now. 44 metres. And 63 showing for Libby Taylor. That seems very quick to put up the measurement, so it's not impossible. That was for the previous athlete, Katie Lambert, but they just changed some of the numbers. Philippa Davenel of Essex, another of the home athletes, if you like, here in that county. So that has gone just over 50 metres. Wonder whether we might get a bit of rain this afternoon, because it's kind of feeling that way. A bit of clouds. Not rain cats and dogs, more kind of kittens and puppies, as I like to call it. Just a bit of rain. Just a light lemon drizzle, which is one of my favourite cakes. Reality Osuaha of Sheffield Hallam, Liam Sutty of Abertay, Aidan Giblett of Manchester Met, Fawaz Mustafa of Kingston, Matthew Alvarez of Bath, Alex Field, who was on the track today, Imperial, and Jacob Norcliffe of Chichester. athletes called to their marks, rather seductively in a way. On your marks. So heat number 7. Suha, Suti, Gilbert, Mustafis, Alvarez, Field and Norcliffe. So Alvarez Abarth going really well in the yellow and blue. Watch out for Osuha on the inside for Sheffield Hallam as well. Osuha coming through very close for the second spot between Suti and Alvarez. 22 exactly, 22 seconds. That's the unofficial time showing track side. Heat 8 coming up next out of 12. Right, we haven't checked in with the pole vault for a few minutes, so let's do that. This is Owen Hurd. Owen Hurd? Yes, loud and clear. And he does go clear. So just trying to get a sense of which height the bar is at. So 4 meters 80 we've gone up to, bit of a jump there. Ah, here is George Heppinstall then. So this might indeed be the point at which he has entered the event. So Heppinstall, great battle with Jake Watson of Oxford at the BUCS indoors. And Watson needed a new lifetime best in order to beat Heppinstall in his home stadium. Heppinstall a best of 5:15, of course. So 4:80. Heppinstall was also 5th at the British Indoor Championships.
And it's the BUCS 100 metre champion from earlier today, David Morgan Harrison, DNS in lane 7. In lane 4.
Looks like David Morgan Harrison has pulled out of the 200. He has already won the 100 metres, so I think he can be very satisfied with his weekend's work. George Heppinstall dragging along his pole. So here goes Heppinstall, and oh, he had the height, but he brought the bar down. So it'll be over to his second attempt at 480. He's waited a long time to join the competition, of course. This is heat number 8, so it won't feature David Morgan Harrison, who won the 100 metres earlier on. Let's do this. Heat number 8. Frederick Nielsen, Brooke Leo and Henderson, Pierre Walker, William James Humphreys, Marius Ball and Sam Yates. So Frederick Nielsen the Danish athlete representing University of Leeds here. Interesting how he will do. Making up good ground on that tight inside line. Marius Ball of Southampton also going well, as is Pierre Walker in the centre for King's College. Nielsen loves that. Through from Ball in second. The Leeds contingent love that as well. So that's the Leeds contingent, which we're getting very happy as we have a look here. So this is Heppinstall then. This will be second attempt at 480. Well, still showing first, but obviously we did see one failure before. So you're watching live coverage of the BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championships from Chelmsford. That is the stand on the far side, so this obviously the football stadium for Chelmsford City. Some athletes have done what Alex Greatrex is doing and gone to rest up at the hotel. So let's see. This is the very happy Leeds contingent. Let's see what's going on in the two field events that are happening. So the bar's being reset in the pole vault, so we're not missing anything there. What about our hammer as well, as we have a look to see who is next in both events? Okay, so 938 next year. Owen Hurd is about to vault at 480. It's hard to say how far away we are from deciding the medals. We know that pole vault tends to be suited to higher heights indoors. The conditions have deteriorated a little in the last hour or so. Bit of wind and it's kind of overcast now. It's not really raining as such, but I've seen a couple of drops and then wondered if it's a figure of my imagination, like a mirage or like a leaky tap. Looks like the sky just needs a bit of tightening by a plumber. Knowing plumber's schedule, we won't get one on a bank holiday weekend. Okay, let's go. Oliver Herring. Owen Hurd. In fact, he can't clear. Getting my Loughborough athletes confused. We've got Oliver Herring and Owen Hurd and Mark Mellor all in this for Loughborough. Finley Cawdry, Karen Williams-Stein, Howard Bell, Harry Pate, Karen Capper, Walton George Heppinstall. Okay, let's have a look at the hammer. Athlete 474. Obi Anuji Okereke of Brunel. So the bar in the pole vault is about to go up to 5 meters. Try and see if we can get a hammer measurement to come through from the scoreboard. They turn it around. Let's turn that scoreboard around, please. 51.87 has come up for Katie Lambert.
So watch the line, the Loughborough student.
So back to that in a moment. We've got Willis, Pusty, Williamson, Poon, Bowen, Ario, Francis, Kelly, Mara and Addison in this. So Greg Kelly of Loughborough and Marvin Addison of the University of East London. It's going to be these two going through automatically to the semis in 21.60. Thank you very much. That's heat number 9 of 12. Okay, let's see if we can go back to the hammer now. So we've just seen that big throw from Katie Lambert, and we're in the 3rd round. So Leah Hillman, who was in the javelin yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, she was part of that 3 out of 3 Loughborough podium, with the event won by Becca Walton, and her housemate is Katie Lambert. So 48.22 has come up for Libby Taylor. We saw her previous throw was 44.63, so didn't catch her first, but that's certainly improvement on her second. Okay, so that is the end of the 3rd round of the hammer, and the order will be reversed in a moment's time, and the top 8 will get 3 more throws, with the leader throwing last. So they're just resetting the bar up to 5 meters in the pole vault, so that'll probably be where our next action is. We also know that more events are starting, so they're just warming up in the high jump at the moment for the next 15 minutes. Okay, so this is what we want to see. It's George Heppinstall at 5 meters and going with the longer run-up. So here comes Heppinstall and can't make it over. That's certainly acrobatic. So people are asking when events are. Now, it's either you do a Google search for BUCS Outdoor Championships 2022 and you find the timetable on the BUCS website that way, or you download the Roster Athletics app off the App Store and you find it on the Roster Athletics app. Results coming through there, schedule, results, timetable, BUCS website or Roster Athletics app.
Lane 60 and S, lane 7.
Okay, so that was George Heppinstall's first go, so really this could be where the medals are decided, especially if the conditions a bit more overcast. So now we wait and see. Owen Hurd, it's over to him, it looks like, next. And then we'll look to confirm that there are just the 2 athletes left in, or whether anyone else is still competing and hasn't gone out. But certainly we'll keep our eyes peeled on that. We'll also have a look to see when they start the 4th round of the hammer. So we have 3 heats left of men's 200. Top 2 automatically going through to semis. Joe Mallion of Portsmouth, Thomas White of Cardiff, Louis Menzies Walker, Queen's Mary, Exeter's Charlie Bate, Frankie Arkwright of Edge Hill, Warwick's Oliver Andre. Alex Marshall, Canterbury Christchurch. Scott Hanaway of Abertay. So big shouts then this time. Edge Hill's Frankie Arkwright going well. As is the Canterbury Christchurch athlete Alex Marshall. But coming through here is Louis Menzies Walker of Queen Mary. Very close for a second. I think it's Alex Marshall of Canterbury CC, with Thomas White of Cardiff behind. So Videsh Virakodi was the supporting Menzies Walker, and he won there, so we'll be pretty happy. So back to George Heppinstall. And let's wait and see what happens next in the pole vault.
Competition, the A competition. 5 metres appears to be, at the moment, proving problematic. I haven't seen anybody go clear at that height. I am a very long way away.
So waiting to see George Heppinstall next attempt at 5 metres. So this might just be where the gold medal is settled. So this should be second attempt. We can only see 2 athletes still out there. Bar has gone up quite dramatically, quite quickly to 480, then to 5 metres. That's where it is now. Here's George Heppinstall, brings it down again. And neither of them have quite had the right height that he wants.
Southern Indoor Bronze medalist at the Lee Valley, and the last BUCS Championships, he finished 2nd in the 200 at Bedford. Then Schumann Kutu, yes, Kutu in lane 3, Oxford Brooks, Daphne Morgan, Plymouth.
Okay, so let's leave the pole for a second. George Heppinstall will have one more attempt.
Jones Banger in 7, and in 8 James Miller Northumbria.
So we'll head over to the hammer, which has restarted its 4th round. This we're looking at is Pippa Davenall of Essex. So she's restarted our 4th round. Well, of course, the order's changed because she was first in the order, but that will be different now. 56.73 that she's thrown. Rachel Mclennan throwing next. $49.96 for Mclennan. So that's Rachel Mclennan of Robert Gordon. And this is Katie Lambert of Loughborough. So we saw her previous throw of 51.87. So let's see what Lambert can do now. Edging towards the front of the circle. It does get the white flag. Obviously difficult to see from that position where her feet were. So that has landed beyond 50 metres. So just waiting for that score to come up, but it was over 52 metres and 7. So this lineup, heat 10, or heat 11 now, in fact, and one behind. So Oliver Costa, other coffee shops available, Bryn Smith, Nanchuan Kutu, Dafford Roney Morgan, Bailey Swift, that's a good name for a sprinter, isn't it? Kanish Kumar, Kai Jones and James Miller. Bryn Smith going really well right on the inside there. What about Swift of Loughborough through the centre? So he's living up to his name then. So Swift from Smith, bit of a change, Brighton strip. Another purple vest. Loughborough, Durham and Manchester and Leeds Beckett, all fairly similar vests. Okay, so that's heat 11, one more to go. Let's catch up with how our field events are doing. So this is really important. So George Heppinstall at 5 metres. So George Heppinstall needs this to stay in the competition. At the indoors, Jake Watson set a lifetime best in order to go clear and win the gold medal. And Owen Hurd, just a few seconds ago, went clear at 5 metres at the 3rd attempt. And now George Heppinstall is trying to do the same.
It was Owen Hurd who went clear. No.
Heppinstall, he does it. So he stays in the competition. Could have decided to go up to 5:10, but would have obviously carried 2 failures.
If I'm interpreting the ball correctly, that was George Heppinstall also clear at 5 metres. But please remember, I am a very, very long way away.
So the bar ought to, you think, go up to 5:10 now. And I just wonder who between these two is going to be our gold medalist. Okay, let's go back to our hammer comp. And that is a fantastic throw towards 60 metres. So 4 Loughborough athletes in this. We saw Katie Lambert throwing a minute ago. Let's see what this measurement is. 50 something, going to start with a 5. Let's see this coming up on the scoreboard. 58.42 for Zoe Price. So really impressive. I think that's the best we've seen of this round compared to Philippa Davenall's 56.73. We'll take you through this start list then. Ayo McGilvery Alert. Again, that's a good one for starting quickly in the blocks, isn't it? Some brilliant names. Hussein, Aboud, Bull, Cuthbert, Akinyebo and Blackman. I wonder if Akinyebo will line up after his good performance in the 100 metres. Okay, so they're waiting down there. We haven't seen any attempts at 5:10 in the pole vault just yet. Just Heppinstall and Hurd left in. They've both cleared 5 metres. The bar's now at 5:10. We are into the 4th round of the women's hammer now. Okay, so Alex Ayo of Bristol. Let's hold on. We're going to see this jump from Hurd. No, can't quite do it, but he'll be full of confidence after clearing 5 metres with his last go. So Ayo, McGilvray, Alert, Hussein, Aboud, Bull, Cuthbert, Akinyebo, Blackman. So there is no Akinyebo. Just going by sight there, just the 7 athletes looking for 2 automatic spots. So really driving through there is Jonathan Bull of LSE in the centre. Also going well on the inside. McGilvray Alert. But here is going to come through Evan Blackman of Durham from Jonathan Bull LSE in 22.05, and that concludes 12 200-metre heats. Let's park that bus for now. Big, long, quick bus, firmly in the garage, in the depot, ready for its driver to have a break, change his service and go towards another destination. Right, let's see how we are getting on in our field events. So we have got pole vault and hammer. We feel that though it could be a gold medal vault coming up in the pole vault, but no one is quite on the runway at this very second. So we're going to go to the hammer, which we've started our 5th round now. So it's a red flag, I believe, for Mclennan. Over to Heppinstall, 5 metres and 10. Oh, well, he didn't seem to have quite enough speed coming up and just lost momentum. It still looked as though it was possible for him to clear, but wasn't able to. So we'll now be up to second attempts at 5 metres and 10. Joe Bryant supporting Durham. Here we just saw that Durham victory of the 200-metre heat for Evan Blackman. Back to the hammer we go. And that's another that lands well beyond 50 metres, lots around that range. So keep an eye again on that scoreboard here in the 5th round of the hammer.
Oh, on the track in 10 minutes time, the first semi-final of the men's 1500 metres. Keep a watchful eye on the pole vault and find out Owen Hurd or George Heppinstall clear this height of 5 metres 10.
So Phoebe Baggett of Oxford coming up next. So building that rotational acceleration release looks easy as she goes well beyond 50 once again. Another similar sort of distance. So you're watching live coverage. It's a second day of action here at the BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championships. We just hit 4 o'clock. And we're set to go past 6, of course, here. So a couple more hours left. If you usually join us, we will conclude the day with heats of both relays. Always something to look forward to. So Owen Hurd. Was that water there that he was adding to his pole? Trying to moisten his grip. Owen Hurd, second attempt at 5 metres and 10. Can he do it? No. So bring the bar down with his feet not far enough over. He He's battling against George Heppinstall, great competitor, and I'm sure Heppinstall will want to go one better to when he was just beaten to the indoor title in Sheffield by Jake Watson of Oxford.
These ones round and
So we are heading into the 6th round of the women's hammer next.
two lots of 76. Well, no, because again, the first one is with the hundreds. How will they be 84 anyway? Ah. Let's go. Come on. Go. Woo! Big one.
So Heppinstall, he wasn't quite ready, but he was too committed. Second attempt. He'll have one more go left at 5:10. So Fionn Palmer here for Cardiff there, 6th attempt in the hammer. So that's gone just to the left of sector. So Rachel Mclennan of Robert Gordon next. This is her last throw. So no measurement in the last round for Katie Lambert. Actually, they're changing the athlete number before the result comes up, so that refers to Mclennan, as I suspected before. So this is Lambert.
And so hopefully we have a full house of 12 athletes for this first semi-final. Qualification through to the final. The first 5 will be from each of the 2 semi-finals, will be joined by the 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers.
So 51.73, the latest score for Keris Thomas.
And
in the hammer there as we wait for Owen Hurd. So this could be a gold medal clinching jump for Owen Hurd of Loughborough. He already went over 5 metres at the third attempt. That kept him in the competition. That pushed George Heppinstall to raise his game. So here comes Owen Hurd of Loughborough, and he can't make it either, unfortunately. So really curious to see what happens now, because no one is cleared at 5:10. And we haven't quite an idea of the exactitude of the count back. It could, of course, have a jump off, or they could share the gold medal. So wait and see what happens. Heppinstall and Hurd, the two athletes left in the competition.
Then we have a third St Mary's student, competed at the World University Cross Country Championships this year, second at last year's England Championships over 1500 metres, Cameron Allen. Then Swansea's Matt Hoochell, representing Loughborough.
So in the final round, last few throws of the hammer.
Representing St Andrews, Christoph Golding.
We've seen some decent throws. They've generally been towards 60 metres. We saw Zoe Price of Loughborough 58 metres 42, Philippa Davenall 56 73, Katie Lambert 52.07. So coming up next on the track will be the 1500 metre semi-finals. That's why they're on the far side of it. And of course, these 1500 metres were started yesterday. Finals all to come your way tomorrow. Obviously, the relay heats will get underway towards the end of today. So who's in this one? Ben Patterson, Nikki Faulkner, Alex Ediker, Will Barnicott, Ben Mcmillan, Charlie Roberts, Freddie Richardson, Ethan O'Shea, Cameron Allen, who was watching the stream earlier, Matthew Hutchell, Max Hayden and Christoph Hornick, all in this, the first of 2 semi-finals. It's the first 5 that will go through automatically, and then 2-time qualifiers. So Ben Patterson, you might remember that he was part of that British 1-2-3 at the European Under-20 Championships in 2019 in Borås in Sweden. Nikki Faulkner of Imperial, Southern 1500 metre bronze medalist. Alex Ediker, his first race of the year was recently at the comeback 5,000 metres. As we see, George Heppinstall has made it over. Bottom of your screen, Heppinstall makes it over 5:10. So that's the jump off. They're having another go at 5:10 to try and make it over. So that could be the gold medal jump. Alex Ediker also in this one. That Will Barnicott of Birmingham. It's a hugely stacked semi-final. Alex Ediker was one of those who did really well for St Mary's to make it through. He's also with Freddie Richardson and Cameron Allen in this semi-final. So many blue and white stripes. It's a sea of them. Cameron Allen was 7th at BUCS indoors. He's a lifetime best of 3:46.02. Matt Hutchell was one of those who set his semi-final BUCS indoor PB this year. Christoph Hornick set a lifetime best to win the Scottish student title of 3:53.28. But if it's a good race, if it's a fast race, we're looking at sub 3:50 in order to make it through, realistically. But I think this one is incredibly stacked. Then again, there are only 2 semi-finals. So, big group of athletes. We've got Hutchell off the back of this group in the white and green of Swansea. The 3 St Mary's boys all pretty much in the centre, tucked in.
it's beginning to happen.
So here we go, coming through now, Max Hayden of Loughborough, Ben Patterson, his teammate there. Then the first of the St Mary's athletes is Cameron Allen.
Ben Mclennan.
So top five making it through. Decent chance for as much as 7 athletes to qualify. Cameron Allen still leading from Ben Patterson. Ben Mclennan of Stirling, look for him on the outside in the green. Christoph Hornick in the pale blue, don't get that confused with St Mary's. 7 athletes really, thereabouts in contention.
6 athletes still in contention.
But 5 places up for grabs automatically. We've got 6 now at the front, 2 St Mary's. Christoph Hornick is there, Ben Patterson is there as well. Charlie Roberts of Leeds Beckett is in this group. So here comes Ben Patterson, Cameron Allen and Ben Mclennan, Christoph Hornick, and the other is Freddie Richardson. His teammate Alex Edeker is just run out of it. Matthew Hoochel finishing now, but wow, what a semi-final. When you pack them all together, just the 2 semi-finals, it really does create some great racing and sets us up brilliantly for the men's 1500 final. The clock chank side showing 3:53:47, by the way. Lots of people in the house on YouTube watching. So Jack Johnson is saying, let's go Max. So I have a feeling that will be Max Hayden, is it? Or is it a Birmingham athlete? Who else? Barnacut. Apparently he's Bob Marley's biggest fan, incidentally. 2 Scots in there as well. So Christoph Hornick, yes, good to see St Andrews representation particularly. Ben Mclennan also. So lots of support for Will Barnacut. Okay, so really crucial point in this pole vault. So that's why it's really important to stick with this pole vault final now. We have got some lower heights of the women's high jump, but this is the gold medal jump potentially in the pole vault. So this is the key bit of action right now. George Heppinstall. So he of course cleared at 5:10 after 3 failures. He and Owen Hurd of Loughborough both had 3 failures at 5:10, and then Heppinstall was able to clear, and all of that after being usurped at the indoors by Jake Watson of Oxford.
Alongside him, from Stirling University, the 2019 BUCS indoor bronze medalist, that's Kieran Riley. Then representing Liverpool University, Dan Cook. Matt Snowden represents St Mary's. James Rashford, Durham, and completing the lineup, the winner of the 3,000 metres at last year's Loughborough International, European Under-23 cross-country team silver, in Ireland just before Christmas, and Matt Sternier of Loughborough completes the lineup. That lineup, Ethan Hussey, DNS. Come on! Woo! Come on! Come on! Come on!
So Heppinstall vaulting once again. George Heppinstall of Sheffield Hallam. No, he comes underneath the bar there. We are just waiting to see the height actually, as we go back right in time for the second semi-final of the men's 1500 metres. So we have Daniel Brookling of Swansea, Loughborough's Luke van Oudtshoorn, Joe Blacknell of Birmingham, Ben Sandilands of SRUC. He said that on the chat that he was going to win. Matthew Fuller of Oxford, Birmingham's John Howarth, Ethan Hussey leads Beckett, Stirling's Kieran Riley, Daniel Cook of Liverpool, St Mary's Matt Snowden, James Rashbrook of Durham, Matthew Stonier of Loughborough. So Daniel Brookling, who is just on the inside there in the white vest with green on the front. Only race this year was in Cardiff in January. Lifetime best of 3:48.37. Luke van Oudtshoorn of Loughborough, a former England under-17 3,000 metre silver medalist. John Howarth, he was 5th at BUCS indoors in 2020, which was the last time. Ethan Hussey, England under-20 1500 metre bronze medalist. Daniel Cook got a PB in the heat. Matthew Stonier, lifetime best of 3:39. It was a big PB for him. He looked good yesterday. So Matthew Stonier, our early leader. 2 laps to go.
Also in there in the first 4 or 5. So John Howard. Wrapping the red and gold of Birmingham. Moving now, I think, is moving into third, down that back straight to us. Minutes 5:08 for the 800.
So Heppinstall, that's his second attempt. So it's hard to see because it's quite a long way away from where I'm standing, but it looks to me like the bar's at 5:25. But as I say, I'm quite some way away and it's hard to see exactly what the bar is at. Oh, it's 5:23 just in the back of shot there.
Coming up to the bell.
So we believe going for a BUCS record. Okay, back to this race. We hit the bell and it's the Swansea vest of Brookling is there. Matthew Snowden also in contention. John Howarth is there as part of this leading group, right on the shoulder of Brookling. So shouts all the way round the lap here. Swansea against Birmingham right at the sharp end, and then St Mary's Matthew Snowden. So 5 athletes going through to that final, the top 5. The Stirling man Kieran Riley is in this group, but he's in about 7th place as Brookling gets overtaken. Coming towards the line now. So Howarth of Birmingham, the first home, an almighty scrap behind him. Looked like Matthew Stonier was in just about 2nd place, certainly within the top 5, 3:49.46. Wow, it's going to be really tight. So George Heppinstall, as I can see that the women's hammer final has concluded and will shortly go to presentation.
Loughborough University with a throw of 54.81, Poppy.
So medal presentation for the women's hammer, 54.81 for Poppy Bean. for Essex, the home university here in Chelmsford. 56.73 for Pippa Davenant.
Gold medalist from the Free University with a throw 59 metres 49. Zoe Price and BUCS
59.49. The BUCS champion is Zoe Price. So a double podium in a women's throw for Loughborough. Once again, it was a triple podium, or treble, in the javelin yesterday. And they certainly could have had a treble podium with Katie Lambert pushing as well. Hopefully we'll get full confirmed results on that. So much happening here that it's hard to get time to read out any extra results. About 6 billion different start lists in front of me. And we're soon, of course, to have the 2 semi-finals for the women. This is George Heppinstall's last attempt, we believe, to set a BUCS record. 5:23 he's going for. So he won the jump off at 5:10 after both he and Owen Hurd of Loughborough had 3 attempts and couldn't do it. And then with the 4th attempt, he did manage to clear 4:10. And now George Heppinstall, we know he's the gold medalist, but he is going at 4:23, has one final try. Obviously, it's a big lifetime best because 5:15 is best coming in. And he hasn't quite had the height with either effort so far. He's just waiting, just putting a bit of spray on there, on the grip. So we'll start this race as it is getting going. It's the first semi-final of the women's 1500 metres. So Jess Judd, more in a second. Here comes Heppinstall now. Oh, he can't quite do it, no. Okay, so important that we got that in, because I know lots of you really keen to see that. Let's go back to this 1500 metre semi-final. Jess Judd of Loughborough going for another BUCS title, yet another. She won BUCS 800 metres in 2012. And of course, she was at last year's Olympics competing in the 5,000 and the 10,000. Samantha Mason of Leeds, Elsa Palmer of Birmingham, Emily Hughes of Sheffield, Fern Kimber represents Nottingham, Loughborough's Alex Millard, Freya Bennett of Birmingham, Leeds Beckett's India Pentland, Maddie Johnson of Leeds, Natalie Bretherton of Bristol, Nia Carr of Edinburgh, Juliet Hodder of St Mary's. So the 2 Birmingham women near the front, as you can see, and it's Freya Bennett that has the lead, or pretty much sharing it with Juliet Hodder of St Mary's.
400 metres.
So I think I caught there was 62.5, if I heard correctly, for the opening 400. And as I say, we've got Hodder there, St Mary's, lifetime best of 420.62. She was 8th at the England Under-23 Championships last year in Bedford. Fern Kimber also up there, 4:38 her lifetime best, the English schools finalist.
As they come up with 2 laps to go.
Nottingham athlete just off the back of that pack. Here's Kimber. Jess Judd, you can see the tall figure just moving through. 2 laps to go, and she really is taking on the lead. That was a gear change and a half. Certainly looked that way relative to the speed of the other athletes. Natalie Bretherton of Bristol. She's finished 8th and 9th at BUCS in the past. Most recently in the 3,000 metres, she was top 8 in Sheffield, so would love to improve on that. So coming down the back straight, Jess Judd building a gap that's almost the length of your screen between her and the other athletes. So, unless I'm mistaken, we should have the same qualifying conditions. It's not actually listed here, but I believe it will also be the top 5 going through. Yeah, it's not come up on the app, but that was the qualifying conditions for the men, so I'll assume it's the case, as we also have 2 semi-finals. So Jess Judd well in front as we look here at the chasing group led by Bennett of Birmingham. So Judd 3:14, but it's all about behind her now. You've got Neve Carr of Edinburgh right behind, Bretherton in the white, whereas Carr is in the dark green. Bennett of Birmingham in the red. Elsa Palmer is also with her. So they're looking for 4 positions behind Judd, who's on now her final lap, of course, and into her final 200 metres.
Now moving clear with Jess Judd in the lead.
So Judd now well in front. See, we can just get a sight of the other athletes, still the 2 Birmingham athletes in there, but they have been overtaken now. Neve Carr and Alex Millard, the other Loughborough competitor, ahead of them. But pretty much, I'm sure that those are our top 5. Jess Judd comes home in 4:24, then Neve Carr of Edinburgh, Alex Millard Loughborough, Palmer of Birmingham, Bennett of Birmingham, and then just outside was the Leeds athlete Samantha Mason. And Natalie Bretherton also has a chance of going through in, what's that, 7th place. Or 8th even.
Eddie Johnson finishing her race on.
So that leaves us with one semi-final of the 1500 to come in just a couple of minutes' time. Very slightly behind schedule on the timetable, just having a look across it. The relays will come up at 25 to 5, starting off with a 4x1, an hour later 4x4s.
We've seen one Olympian take that opening semi-final. However, we're going to see another Olympian take the second semi-final. Because in this one we have Louise Shanahan, who represented Ireland in Tokyo over 800
So it'll be fascinating to see a battle between Jess Judd and Louise Shanahan, hopefully in that final. Couple more drops of rain starting to come down.
Took the BUCS indoor title.
So Emily Thompson of Birmingham, the 2019 BUCS indoor champion, is in this. Jess Spilsbury of Loughborough as well. Pippa Bailey, her teammate. Amy Jackson of Manchester Met. Steve Green, her team manager, was joining us earlier. She got a lifetime best of 4:48 to make it through. Alex Shipley of Oxford, 4:20 at best. England under-23 bronze medalist. Meg Gadsby of St Mary's. Sabrina Sinner, she won this title indoors, 4:14 at best, and the reigning England under-23 champion. Emily Lowry of Cardiff also involved, 4:33.79 at best, the 2018 Northern Under-20 silver medalist. Molly Butterworth, one of a great Leeds contingent that we keep waxing lyrical about, 4:33 her PB. Emily Field of Bristol, and Nottingham's Ella Newton. Okay, so this semi-final coming your way. 3 3/4 laps of the track. Louise Shanahan. Hope to see her against Jess Judd in that final. Remember, we saw Mari Smith against Jess Judd, but it was kind of before Mari Smith's prime, in which she's developed into. Jess Judd won that. I think that was 2018. So Shanahan BUCS indoor champion in 2020 and then defending that title in 2022. The Irish 800-metre champion. Best of 4:15.27. Going over the longer distance here. Irish women's middle distance team. Extremely competitive to get into. Another name that we've seen do really well at BUCS competition. Another former winner, Georgie Hartigan, running for Ireland. These days, Nadia Power, Shifra Cleary-Butner, Kira McGeehan, and others all fighting for those spots. So 3 laps to go, a minute into the race now. And Shipley of Oxford leading the way in the navy blue. It's Oxford against Cambridge at the front with Louise Shanahan there. Sabrina Sinner looks to be the first of the Birmingham athletes.
74.1 for the opening 400 metres. A fine performance from Sabrina Sinner at the indoor championships. A tough athlete to...
So still, they've got Shipley on the inside for Oxford. England under-23 bronze medalist. Sinner with her, not exerting themselves too hard at the moment. Meg Gadsby of St Mary's, blue and white stripes in third. Louise Shanahan in the pale blue on her inside. And then I believe that's Jessica Spilsbury in behind. You've got the 2 Loughborough athletes fairly close. Pippa Bailey a little further back with the blonde hair in the ponytail, 4th from the back of this group.
2 minutes 30.1.
Emily Thompson just towards the rear of this group. Molly Butterworth on her inside in the green. And the other red vest is Emily Lowry of Cardiff. She's just making a move through the middle, trying to find some space. So Beanie Brown says, let's go Emily and Sabrina. Samuel Davey also supporting Birmingham University, and Jack Johnson. Sam Flaherty supporting Jess Spilsbury. So a few athletes dropping off there and fighting hard. One of them's Pippa Bailey, another's Amy Jackson. So really we're starting to see a group breaking up. We have 6 athletes here, 3:24.12 at the bell. Emily Thompson on the outside, just behind Sabrina Sinner in the red. Meg Gadsby now drifting back, and she has to try and manage that gap in 6th place. Molly Butterworth has been dropped for now. So still Alex Shipley of Oxford, now overtaken though by Sinner and Thompson. They're all looking at each other. 5 just about clear. Now would be a good time to make up a bit of distance. Meg Gadsby still has a bit of a sniff at the moment. So Spilsbury and Shanahan, Sinner, Thompson and Shipley. So 4 athletes beginning with S, 1 beginning with T's, all beginning to dot the I's and cross the T's as they come through down this home straight. Doesn't matter who wins this now, but it's going to be Sabrina Sinner, Shipley, Thompson, Shanahan and Spilsbury.
Emily Thompson, Jess Spilsbury, Louise
3.
Shanahan. 4:32.82.
Another couple, so 4:32.82. The time on the clock there in that second women's 1500 semi-final. Sam Crick says some stacked heats at BUCS this year, one of the best ever. Well, yes, I suppose when there are 2 semi-finals, it really shows you how strong the competition is. We know that Loughborough have really rallied to bring what must be one of their strongest teams in recent memory. To have Jess Judd here, someone who's competed at BUCS across a 10-year period and has been to the Olympics not just for one event but for two, and has been to the World Championships and made semi-finals, not just been there to make up numbers. Jamie Webb, who's twice medalled at the European Indoors. It's an extraordinary depth. We know that Birmingham have brought their biggest ever teams this year, and well, that's certainly the flavour that I've got from just those two universities, and that's enough. It could be one of the strongest BUCS ever, but maybe you'd argue there are some other events that don't have household names. But of course, these are all student athletes. Right, okay, so we finished our 1500 metres. Rain a little bit is beginning to drizzle down. We've got a slight gap now before any 4x100 metre relay heats begin. We finished the pole vault with George Heppinstall, our winner, 5:10 at best, ahead of Owen Hurd of Loughborough. We've concluded the women's hammer, which was won by Zoe Price of Loughborough from Philippa Davenall and Poppy Bean, so that can be put to one side for now. So as you can see here, of course, we have the women's triple jump now getting underway. So Lily Holland won the title right at the end of the indoors. It was a thrilling competition and she had the best mark in qualification. So Lily Holland competing, of course, with her sister as well, Jasmine. So all of the triple jumpers in this: Georgina Ford-Wells of Loughborough, Jazz Sears of Birmingham, certainly another medal contender, Holly Aitchison of Bangor, Jasmine Holland, Becca Roberts of Cardiff, Jasmine Holland for Sheffield, Lily Holland of Loughborough, Adedoyin Adeyanju of Warwick, lots of names who are in the indoor final as well, Emily Gargan of Liverpool, Emma Bakare of Birmingham, Janet Brown of Warwick, Amelia Daly of Birmingham, and Robin Taylor of Edinburgh.
And our presentation for the pole vault, our bronze medalist from the University in the 4 meters 50, Oliver Herring.
So, medal ceremony. Oliver Herring, I think I heard 4 meters 50 there. So that just shows you 60 centimeters between the top two in the bronze medal.
A silver medalist also from the University in the jump of 9 meters, Owen Hurd.
So Owen Hurd made it to 5 meters. Great competition. George Heppinstall, though, 5:10.
George Heppinstall and BUCS champion for 2022.
And Owen Hurd took that silver medal with a personal best.
So, the finals still to come, where the medals are going to be settled. We have the triple jump and the discus. So really important to focus on those with medals to be awarded, as well as our relays. So back to the triple jump. Emily Gargan of Liverpool.
Leicester in 5, Northumbria in 6, Nottingham Trent in 7, and Leeds Padgett in lane 8. And then tomorrow's women's pole vault competition, the egg competition. We do hope to be welcoming
So the men's hammer also concluding earlier.
Fingers crossed.
And men's discus just starting. Men's ambulant discus also happening. There is qualification for the women's high jump as well. Obviously they will have their final, which will come up tomorrow at 25 to 2.
You still do like 11 though? That's another thing. I think you get from here. You still do that? To there to get the band. Oh, so I've got training. I would assume so. I think it sound like I'm holding a shooting You've got plenty of space, baby. You don't need to worry about that. No, the one after that. You've got plenty of that you don't even need to. You're going to collect them before you get to the yard. You're not going to. Yeah, there's a runner on the outside lane. Yeah, we did for 2 minutes just before we all walked. Depends how quick the person is.
So Durham, Newcastle, University of the West of England, Leicester, Northumbria, Nottingham Trent and Leeds Beckett in the first heat of the men's 4x100 metre relay. Okay, so relay action is about to begin, and on a different track here. Typically have been at Bedford last few years, but here in Chelmsford, going to be fascinating to see. So red flag there for Holly Aitchison of Bangor.
I don't know. It's going to kind of depend when my surface. So I'll start moving by the time we get to about there. Well, like halfway between them. I'm going to back 10 meters.
Right, so here we go. Manchester, Durham, Newcastle, University of the West of England, Leicester, Northumbria, Nottingham Trent and Leeds Beckett.
That's why I'm already standing on the inside. There's no point in me sitting on the.
So first relay action, we'll have 3 heats to come. So Leeds Beckett right on the outside. What about Durham and Newcastle? Really hard one to call this. Durham won a 200 metre semi-final with Evan Blackman. So going well on the inside, certainly Durham. Let's see once they come through. Not the best changeover there from Manchester. They come round now to hand over one more time. You can see Nottingham Trent there doing all right on the outside, Northumbria as well. Now down the home straight, Nottingham Trent, Akinyebra from Northumbria, very close. I think Manchester got up for third, 42.97 on the clock.
Sorry? No, just up by the flag. I can't see it.
So that's Prince Reed. The ambulant discus happening alongside.
Let's start the chain. Inside this. The second year you go out. This was the start of it. There is, this is where the zone started.
In the men's discus competition, the 3 times Police University champion James Armstrong from Lambert into the circle.
Just going to reverse all the way around. That's the highlight of the old weekend. One bit of tape,
So, discus, triple jump and relays all simultaneous. You can see they're just waiting there, those athletes, to hand over. King's College will go in lane 8. Maybe just putting down a mark there for the changeover zone, just to give himself an idea. Okay, so back we go to the men's discus. So Reuben Vaughan of Kent. So we'll just catch this throw, looking out as well on the scoreboard to see if they're putting up some measurements on there.
Edge Hill in 7 and King's College London in lane 8.
John?
So plenty of dancing, but no jumping just yet. The cone's on the runway, so we'll go to this race. They're nearly ready to go. Birmingham, Cardiff Met, Swansea, Oxford, Nottingham, Sheffield, Hallam, Edge Hill and King's College London. So now we go to the triple jump. It's a red flag, unfortunately. That was Becca Roberts there. So Cardiff Met also in this, of course. Let's go with this second relay. Let us know who you're cheering on. We've got a mullet. Cardiff Met first leg. So Birmingham, Johnny Curry yesterday was mentioning they won the 4x4 with the likes of Tor Bennett-Williams and Mark Cottam. That was 3 years ago, last outdoor champs. So their 4x4 teams generally tended to be a little bit stronger. Isabel Boffey, of course, as well, for the women in the 4x4. So athletes called to their marks then. It'll be the top 8 by time overall. Plenty of opportunity to qualify. Loughborough come in the next heat, as do Brunel and Sheffield as well. But this one, Birmingham, Cardiff Met, Swansea, Oxford, Nottingham, Hallam, Edge Hill and King's College London. So decent start, in fact, by Swansea in the white from lane 3. Have a look at their changeover, nice and clean there. Sheffield Hallam also going well in the maroon. Nottingham between those two teams. Bit of a slower changeover by Nottingham compared to Swansea, who come through. Birmingham right on the inside. And Sheffield Hallam still fighting. Birmingham had to check and look behind. But now Swansea coming through. Cardiff met on their inside, and Nottingham, I think, just might have got second. 42.86. So second of 3 heats. So leaves us with one more to come. Of course, as always with relays, it's a wait to see whether it's all confirmed afterwards, whether all the changeovers were fine and such. So we know already that 42.86 is the fastest time across the line, and it's come the way of that Swansea quartet. Trent 42.99.
I better not have gone into that lane by accident. But no, I weren't. I got clear, really. Hey, how'd you guys do? I don't even know.
Northumbria 44.05.
Next time for Holland University to Salva. Is away second best at 55.62. Past the
So here comes Lily Holland. We saw her previous jump. The BUCS indoor champion, of course. Grown up and been based in Malaga in southern Spain. So hitting the board nicely. Competing here with her sister as well, Jasmine, just like she was indoors, which is great for them. She joined in briefly in the commentary box in the indoors and was saying how she competed against Yulimar Rojas in a competition in Spain, which was great to be just in the presence of the world record holder. Okay, so triple jump and discus both happening This is Emily Gargan of Liverpool. Gargan gave Holland a really good run for her money. Indoors. As we cut to the Discus and watch Marley Young of Cambridge, that is. So looking here at Thomas Conroy of Nottingham, so he's one of two competitors along with Prince Reed in the ambulant discus throw, so he's a F37 athlete, Prince Reed F20.
And final heats of the men's 4x1.
So replacing the plasticine there, and we'll therefore go back to Prince Reed of East Anglia.
Very important that each team has one. Was that something I said? So in this final heat, we will have Cardiff in the red lining up in lane 1, Brunel in their blue and gold, dark blue and gold in 2, then Loughborough in 3, Sheffield in 4, Imperial College London in 5, East Anglia in 6, Exeter in 7, and Plymouth in lane 8.
Not the next to it, but the one after.
So what the yellow one? When?
You have to start your run from
And when does it? Is it second yellow?
second yellow tick, you have to have it. But you must start your run up from inside. This side of the run. Start inside. Start your run up. Start your run from inside the tip.
And go get one in there.
Outside.
No, second one. Further one. Yeah, yeah.
So Holly Aitchison here in the triple jump then. The Bangor athlete, of course, they got the silver medal in the 400 metres indoors with Fionn Mayer Roberts.
So we're allowed to be inside, right?
You must start inside.
Yeah.
Yes, inside. You all have to be inside the yellow tick.
So Jasmine Holland coming up next in the triple jump in the colours of Sheffield. That's a red flag, I thought. It was a white flag actually, but it was a flat jump. Didn't execute it. Over we go to Christian Winkel of Leeds. Just thrown that. Okay, so we'll go back shortly to the triple jump and discus. The whistle has gone here for the 4x100 metre third heat. So Cardiff, Brunel, Loughborough, Sheffield, Imperial, East Anglia, Exeter and Plymouth. So silence falls here in Chelmsford. And now they are underway with Ayinbo Coker, the para-athlete, starting here for Loughborough. He hands over nicely. Brunel also going strongly right on their inside. This is a really stacked heat. Exeter doing decently on the outside. UEA, a shot of their changeover. We saw the yellow stripe across the chest. So Cardiff in the red on the inside. Now falling behind. Brunel away and clear from Loughborough and Cardiff and Exeter and UEA Imperial Plymouth. And now Sheffield finish. (41.74). So it'll be over to the women's heats shortly, and the men's results will also come through to decide the top 8 teams that will qualify. So back to triple jump, and 2 Birmingham athletes in this. So I believe this is Emma Bakari. Just setting herself before her run-up. It was a really dominant relay heat win, by the way, for Brunel. And nice that they included the para-athletes in it as well. The Loughborough team did. And Bakari looks a bit frustrated with that. Looks a bit short in the sandpit there. So back to the discus we go. That's Ben Campion of Gloucestershire.
Got 300 minutes on the camera battery.
So Georgina Ford-Wells of Loughborough jumping there.
You have to start your run, make sure you're inside that tip when you start running. Because the rules are between right here.
So we have to start inside this one.
You must start inside.
Previously, I can't remember what it was before.
You had to start, you had to take it over
there. Yeah. Okay, fine.
But you can't anymore. You change it to...
Okay, so we need to start in the tip now.
You must start inside the tip, yes.
So you should be okay.
Yes, we have that knowledge. We've got it now.
It's really good. Ladies, you know you've got to start inside the tip.
So Lily Holland into the pit. She is the gold medal favourite, so good to catch all of her jumps. So Sheffield, Edgehill, Bath, Leicester, Newcastle, Leeds, Beckett and Nottingham in the first heat of the women's 4x1. So now settled into their blocks, it's the fastest 8 on time across all of the 3 heats. So incidentally, Amy Pye starting off the Bath team here, the athlete who won her 400 hurdles heat and was then DQ'd, so a chance for her to certainly make amends if she can. And obviously Bath had Aaliyah Sibbins and Abby Galpin in the individual 100 final, so they're looking really strong. As we have a look here, the changeovers further back, Newcastle getting the baton round. That looks like Abby Galpin of Bath. Just look how far clear they are, and now they bring in Aaliyah Sibbins, the individual 100 champion. So dominant, 47.36 from Sheffield, from Nottingham, Leeds, Beckett, Newcastle, Edgehill and Leicester.
So that's the benchmark, 47.36. Right, 400 metre relay split times. They will be available tomorrow morning from registration. Splits tomorrow morning from registration.
So incredible stuff from the Bath quartet. They were so comfortable at the halfway point before they brought in their 2 individual finalists. So that was something quite special, you'd have to say. Janet Brown of Warwick here jumping. There she is, the Warwick student. Harry Davis of Cardiff now in the discus.
For the women's 4 by 1, Week 2. St Mary's in Lane 2, Leeds University in 3, Exeter in 4, Cardiff Met in 5, Cardiff Met in 4, okay. Birmingham in 6, Liverpool in 7, and Northumbria in 8.
Heat number 2 of 3 of the women's 4 by 100 metres. So we're heading towards the conclusion of the second day here at the BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championships in Chelmsford. You're watching live coverage here. And we have finals day to come from 10:30 tomorrow. Download the Roster Athletics app. Results coming through really quickly in some cases. So we already know that Bath ran a time of 47.37, Sheffield 50.34, Nottingham 51.24, Leeds Beckett 52.77, Newcastle 53.16, Edge Hill 55.33, and Leicester 56.05. So once again, it's the top 8 by time that go through. Great to see Sheffield do well and come second in the last heat, because they had an absolutely torrid time of it indoors in the 4x2s. Both battens unfortunately dropped. Absolutely bizarre circumstances in both cases. One, the baton was thrown, volleyed through the air in an attempt to reach a teammate, and another was an almighty melee which ended up with, what, 3 or 4 people down and one athlete walking backwards along the track trying to dodge oncoming runners. Most extraordinary thing I've seen. So around a 51-second time would be a bit of a want-away target. Bit of a stab in the dark at a guess of what might be needed, really, because we've still got 2 more heats to come. Cardiff Met should be strong here, as you'd expect would Birmingham. St Mary's leads Exeter, Cardiff Met, Birmingham, Liverpool, Northumbria. So that gun sound goes. Sometimes there'll be a team which doesn't have the individual stars, maybe at international level as well, but is really well drilled. Often said that of Sheffield, maybe Exeter as well. Exeter have had a slow changeover there, and it is Cardiff Met and Birmingham as expected, running away with things here. Coming in fast into this changeover zone. Megan Webber, of course, making the individual 100 final and doing well in the 200. You've got Hannah Longdon as well, potentially. Cardiff Met coming through round the roof. And in to finish, Birmingham. Ooh, that's close with Northumbria. 47.35. So the winning time is the fastest time that we've seen. It was faster, in fact, than Bath. It was so dominant in that opening heat. So that's really interesting. Just shows what can happen when you do this sort of qualification based only on time. How it can change things. So triple jump final, obviously ongoing, of course. And pretty soon we'll have our next lot of athletes out for the 4x1. And then we'll have the 4x4s, because just the one heat, of course, remains now. Jasmine Holland waiting on the runway now, trying to get some crowd attention. So racing down the runway, they're trying to hit that board. Get long into the pit. And back up again now, gets the white flag. So break in the discus. I think they're at the end of the third round. So Holly Aitchison next to go in the triple jump. See the official watching the board there. So is that going to be a white flag? Looking out for a mark in the plasticine, of course.
No bins around here. The nearest bin is around the corner by the track.
Janet Brown of Warwick. Gets the white flag, but was, as you can see, quite frustrated with her jump. Looks like we're soon to move into round 4 of the discus. So Stirling, Durham, Swansea, Glasgow, Loughborough, East Anglia, King's College and Cardiff. Looks like Loughborough will be starting off with Ellen Barber.
over. You must start your run from inside that sort. You've got to be checking. Take the baton, okay?
Okay.
Alright, and then you've got
Prince Reed in the men's discus. One of two ambulant competitors. You can see that his university, University of Anglia, is also in this. So the discus just going off to the right of the sector, around 35 metres, but it was out of bounds. Emma Bakari in the triple jump, she got a white flag. Yeah, so Ellen Barber going off for Loughborough here. Athletes with the personal best of over 6,000 points. 11:89. She managed recently in California. That's a huge improvement on her PB, and that's probably one of the reasons why she's in this relay team. That was her first sub-12, improved by 0.3 of a second. So top 8 by time we're looking for. The winning times have all been around the 47.3 mark. Stirling, Durham, Swansea, Glasgow, Loughborough, East Anglia, King's College and Cardiff. So Barbara away nicely for Loughborough, and Stirling also going well right in the inside. They've passed Durham. Now with a bit of work to do. And Cardiff right on the outside have made good progress. And Loughborough in the centre. UEA between them. You can see changeovers here. King's College just at the back there. Cardiff still leading. Banging the stand here to try and get some atmosphere. What has happened to Loughborough? Cardiff come through from Swansea and Stirling and King's College, then Loughborough, Durham and UEA. Lily Hullen's final jump. This might be. Red flag. Gargan of Liverpool then also gets the red flag, so they're pulling everything out, all the stops to try and improve.
First heat of the men's 4x4 was 17:35, so about 6 or 7 minutes time.
So, back we go to the discus. We have 4 Loughborough athletes in this, so George Armstrong, Joshua Douglas, Nathaniel Moses and Kane Albury. So we're hoping that that scoreboard will be turned round so we can get some of the measurements. This is 9:08, so that's George Armstrong. So Armstrong next to go. Winding up here in the circle with those agile feet rotating, and then out close to 60 metres. So no measurement there for Marley Young, I believe. Waiting to see what Armstrong will measure as we see Jasmine Holland. So Prince Reed soon to throw. We've got the Nottingham athlete here. So that's Thomas Conroy. So the 2 ambulant competitors throwing as part of this field. So Conroy finishes and Prince Reed goes in. So meanwhile we'll go back to the triple jump with Holly Aitchison of Bangor. Plasticine seemed to just wobble there, but she gets the white flag. Okay, Reed now. Try and stay with this for as long as we can. So 4x400 metres coming up next. Just replacing the plasticine. So just replacing the plasticine. Let's stay with the discus then. Reuben Vaughan about to step into the circle for Kent. Here comes Reuben Vaughan. So, by the way, Cardiff won quite dominantly in the third heat of the women's 4x1, but it was the slowest of the 3.
John, it's long stagger.
So, Reuben Vaughan. He throws, well, the discus ends up further away, but I think it did hit the ground before that, unfortunately, for the Kent athlete. So results available on the Roster Athletics app. Actually, Bath have been given as the fastest time in the women's 4x1, 47.37. As we watch Young of Cambridge now throwing.
We have in lane 2 Birmingham, in 3 Liverpool, in 4 Oxford, UWE in 5, Leeds Beckett in 6, and Cardiff in lane 7.
So Bath, the top team, then Cardiff met on 47.38. So they should have gone through, barring any disqualifications, of course. Then we've got Birmingham and Northumbria, 48.32. 48.48 Cardiff. So those 5 look like they're assured a place in the relay final. A little bit more complicated separating the next lot. So I think that Swansea with 50.21 will make it. And Sheffield 50.34. And then Nottingham 51.24. So first heat of the men's 4x4. Birmingham, Liverpool, Oxford, University of the West of England, Leeds, Beckett and Cardiff. So 4 athletes doing 1 lap each. You can see Leeds Beckett there closing down on Cardiff on the outside. And quite a gap, of course. The stagger remains until the second leg. Still Leeds Beckett from Cardiff, as far as our eyes can see anyway. Oxford and Birmingham, top 4. So only the 2 heats. Top 8 by time. Leeds Beckett's first leg runner really tiring towards the finish. And Birmingham will take over, surely in the lead from Oxford. Just about getting the baton in time. So Birmingham lead as they hug the inside at the break point now. Birmingham from Oxford. Leeds Beckett, they'll try and make up the ground. Liverpool, Cardiff and University of the West of England, the other teams in this. Looks like it's Liverpool, then UE, then Cardiff in 6th place. So Oxford taking charge now, and Birmingham in 2nd place. Leeds Beckett back in 3rd, Liverpool in 4th, UE in 5th, and Cardiff 6th. So some big gaps apart from these 2 really. Oxford and Birmingham. 1 more leg to go after this. So we've seen a couple of changes of lead already.
The final change over Oxford, narrowly from Birmingham.
Also tiring just slightly is the Oxford runner. Birmingham might just have the lead here. Wow, really exciting. So Leeds Beckett in 3rd. Trying to chase Liverpool in 4th. And UE and Cardiff then. So the chase is on between Birmingham and Oxford.
Into the final bend, Oxford move on the outside.
So Oxford making this move. Well, they'll both go through because there are only 2 heats. but this has been a right brilliant battle. Lost count of the amount of changes between them. They've overtaken each other at least 3 times. So 3:20.98 unofficially. Oxford from Birmingham leads Beckett finishing now. And then Liverpool just closing on Leeds Beckett towards the end of that race. And don't forget, we've got Uwe and Cardiff further back. So they've held position. There was a bit of a gap between them, and it's remained. So putting out a relay team, getting to the finish, working together as a team, a key part of the sport. Okay, so Lily Holland being cheered on by those including her sister. See maybe in the sandpit, looking a little damp. But Jasmine Holland gets the white flag. This is Prince Reed in the discus. .21.06 was the latest measurement. So that was for Thomas Conroy of Nottingham.
He was second at the school games, did compete 19, 20, 21, but back this season with 23 metres 81.
So Prince Reed waiting for his measurement. It's his 6th effort, and we're just waiting to see what it is. 20 metres 89 for Prince Reed. Okay, so that concludes the ambulance men's discus. Reuben Vaughan of Kent. So this should be his last throw then, and Reuben Vaughan's throw goes around 38-metre mark as it begins to rain a little more. So Janet Brown of Warwick, she gets the white flag. So Sheffield, Manchester met, Liverpool, John Moore, Sheffield, Hallam, King's College and Cardiff met. Emma Bakari next to jump. Emma Bakari of Birmingham in the triple jump. That's going to be close on the board. White flag. Plus the scene being replaced again. They're doing that a lot. Maybe there's a reason for that. Okay. So Joshua Douglas, no measurement for him there in the last round. So the whistle goes. So 51.79 has come up for athlete 570 James Tomlinson. So 51.79 for Tomlinson in the last round. Another of our GB Junior contingent. Libby Holland in the triple jump counts herself among that bunch. Well, now a little bit older, of course. Sheffield, Manchester Met, Liverpool, John Moores, Sheffield, Hallam, King's College and Cardiff Met. So Lily Holland jumping here in the triple jump on the board through the phases and out cleanly and gets the white flag. So no measurement in the last round. Also for Nathaniel Moses in the last round of the discus. Triple jump heading into its final stages, and those medals are being decided. These medals won't be decided until tomorrow, of course. So a few more throws left in the discus. We'll keep an eye on that scoreboard. We saw James Tomlinson go out to 51.79.
Bill Hallam travelling in 5.
So coming through now for the end of the first leg. Stagger maintained. Sheffield, Manchester Met, Liverpool, John Moores, Sheffield, Hallam, King's College and Cardiff Met. No improvement then for George Armstrong, no mark for him. So Cardiff Met and Sheffield Hallam battling in this heat.
Deep down the back straight. Leaning narrowly.
So are we going to see another great rivalry as we had with Birmingham and Oxford? So here we go, Sheffield Hallam just in front, at least one changeover between them two. Hallam come in, Cardiff Met nice and clean for both of them. Sheffield, King's College, Liverpool, John Moores and Manchester Met. Good battle there with Liverpool and Manchester. Two great northern cities.
Lead down the back straight from Cardiff Met.
It's Hallam out front though. They're way ahead of their intercity university counterparts. Cardiff Met change and they go into the lead, but only just.
That looks like they very well judged.
And, well, Cardiff Met are using in their next leg an athlete who started them off in the 4x1. So this will be interesting. They should have enough to make it, even if they come second. Let's see how much he's got left in the legs. But that was a really good end to the third leg. They're way, way ahead, and then a big, big gap back to Sheffield. Manchester Met have moved into fourth, past King's College, and Liverpool, John Moores in sixth. So this is now the gap. You can see big, big change. Now 50-metre gap between first to second and then second to third. King's College have moved back into fourth, and they've got their eye on Sheffield in third. So really good last leg by their final runner, as you can see here on your screen. They've all bunched together, third to sixth. Cardiff Met athlete slowing down towards the finish, but can't be caught. 3:24.93. King's College third. Liverpool, John Moores come up, making 2 places on the last leg. So some really exciting relay heats, and that should mean we have more in store for tomorrow.
Digital is pervasive across everything that we do as a business, whether that's selling to our customers through digital channels, servicing them, or creating fantastic new experiences for them in voice or artificial intelligence. There's a huge opportunity there that's really exciting.
I work in the BT Sales Alliance that covers broadband, mobile, TV and sport.
Our agile approach allows us to bring together lots of different people focusing on a common goal and allows us to release little and often to our customers.
BT is a great place to work. One thing I love about it in particular is the flexible working.
It's really focused on the output, not working the 9 to 5.
We have flexible working, working from home, different hours and compressed weeks. It's really what works best for a person.
The traditional telco as we know it is no longer relevant in the modern world. So that means that we need to reinvent ourselves as a new technology organisation. I'm really excited because I'm going to be part of that journey.
So we started this stream, of course, as we did yesterday at 10:30 this morning. And it's now coming up to 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. And the athletes, of course, are much fresher. They are raring to go, really. Well, some of them are fresher and some of them have had, let's think, maybe this could be the third race generally for the more tired athletes. So I find it hard to believe that someone would have had 4 races today. We've seen Megan Webber have 3 races for Cardiff Met. One of them was a 100 final, a 200 heat and a 4x1 relay. So Newcastle, Exeter, Loughborough, Northumbria, Swansea, Surrey and Durham. So Newcastle have been really roared on by spectators down by the start-finish area. Always good to think about who might be the most noisy team, most atmospheric team. Exeter, Loughborough, Northumbria, Swansea, Surrey and Durham once again. There we go, literally, come on Newcastle, I heard being scramped. Is that a word? Screamed? So, anyway, Loughborough, plenty of athletes that they can call upon, of course, as they aim to make it through. So maintaining this stagger, Surrey, Loughborough, Durham, Swansea, and then Newcastle, Exeter, Northumbria well back. So Loughborough are going to lead from Surrey. And then Northumbria in 3rd place. So on this second leg, Loughborough, Surrey and Swansea now. Swansea have had some good results with Daniel Brookling performing well, Matthew Hoochel. We had the individual 400-metre semis early today, setting up that particular final. So here come Loughborough, Swansea into 2nd, Surrey into 3rd, Durham 4th, Northumbria and Exeter neck and neck, and then Newcastle.
Loughborough looking very comfortable in the lead.
So Loughborough now, big gap. This is obviously a title that's been won by Bath and Birmingham in the last few years. Some sensational performances. And see, still that good battle there with Exeter and Durham and Newcastle a bit further back. Loughborough have Alex Haydock-Wilson streaking away. In the 100 metres he was earlier. Hoping to get to speak to him around 2 o'clock tomorrow on the stream. Having had a few guests today, including David Morgan-Harrison, the 100 winner, and Ellis Greatrix, who will be in the 400 final. I know a number of you enjoyed our chat about own brand Weetabix and other things. So Alex Haydock-Wilson on his last leg to bring Loughborough home. Surrey battling through there. It was a really good first leg for them to put them in 2nd place. Swansea taking over that runner-up spot. So 3:20.18 for Alex Haydock-Wilson and Loughborough. Swansea battling through here. And then Exeter coming home for 3rd past Surrey. And Durham behind. And Northumbria and Newcastle now We're waiting for them to come finish Northumbria, and then Newcastle come home now. Right, so it's top 8 going through by time once again, just to remind you. So having a look in a moment at those results that have come through. So presentation for the triple jump coming up. So 12 metres 82 for Emily Gargan of Liverpool. This time she held on in the last round after Lily Holland beat her at the indoors with her final jump for Holland to take gold for Loughborough indoors. But Gargan here for Liverpool takes it on the top step of the podium. So Emily Gargan, Georgina Ford-Wells and Lily Holland, our medalists. Another double podium for Loughborough. So a minute or two until we get the women's 4x4 underway, and no other action out there, so we'll be back with you in a moment's time.
What do I love about working at BT? There's loads of things, I can't pick 3.
People think finance is less exciting than it is because they think it's all about the numbers, but actually finance is about partnering and understanding the business and using the numbers to drive value and insight.
You could be in an audit type function, you could be in management accounting, you could be in bid work. There's a load of different things that you could do as part of finance within BT.
It is a great measure of the business, it never lies.
BT actually sponsored me to do my exams to become a chartered management accountant. Qualification I can take anywhere, but I love the fact that BT have allowed me to do that here, and I can work all the time when I'm doing it.
It can be quite cyclical in terms of when workload comes, so there's a real drive around month end, around quarter and year end. Those can be busy times, that's true, but it means that outside of those times, sometimes we take opportunities to just step back and relax a little bit, and BT is really flexible around that.
I really like maths, and I really like spreadsheets, which sounds really nerdy, but I just love it.
We're currently rolling out 5G across the UK. We're also building the emergency services network. So that really helps people from a connectivity perspective, and they're really designing the ways of working for the future and working with the company to change mindsets and create a place that we all want to work for.
The technology that we create in BT Technology is TV, broadband, mobile, Wi-Fi and voice.
I work in media and broadcast. If you watch TV, Freeview, BBC, this is what we do.
BT creates an environment where it encourages you to be bold, be brave and bring your best self to work. And by doing that, we're enabling us to get the best out of everybody within our company.
As a woman in leadership, I feel very supported. I feel like my opinions are listened to, and I feel like I've got the opportunity to really contribute to the future of BT.
Thank you, BT.
Okay, 2 heats remain of the women's 4x400 metres. We've got Swansea And Newcastle, Exeter, Loughborough, Northumbria, Surrey and Durham. Well, there's been a bit of change then to the start list for these. So we'll go by who's on track, shall we? So we've certainly got Swansea, Birmingham, Edge Hill, Leeds, Beckett, Leicester and Oxford. That's who's really out there. Results available on the Roster Athletics app. So I wonder whether Isabel Boffey will go here for Birmingham or whether they will save her for the final. I think Olivia Kimboa is out there. I think Cheska Brint actually is going to run a 4x4 leg. The World Junior 1500 metre finalist. So we are now away with this first of two, top 8 going through by time. Don't forget, that is what's important here. So Birmingham in the centre, Oxford on the outside. Of course, in the men's race it was all about Oxford and Birmingham in their heat, and they will resume battle once again perhaps.
It is 10 o'clock, isn't it? Because I thought it was 10 o'clock this morning. It was 10:30, but I'm pretty sure it's a 10 o'clock start tomorrow. Set your alarms. We're going to have a tremendous third day, which is chiefly finals.
So Oxford right on the outside. Who has the most left in the last few metres of this leg? Come on, let's finish with a flourish. Birmingham might just hug the inside first here, or will it be Swansea just with that inside line crawling in?
Those two teams who are going to lead into the match straight, virtually shoulder to shoulder.
So Cheska Brint of Birmingham, of course she's taking part in the 800 this weekend.
Down the back straight.
So Brint has taken the lead and is now beginning to build a bit of a gap. So Birmingham from Swansea. And then some big gaps behind. Oxford are in third place. Birmingham hand over, as do Swansea, Oxford. Then Leeds, Beckett are in fourth. Nottingham are in fifth place. Edge Hill are in sixth and Leicester are in seventh. So Birmingham's third leg runner is about to head into the top end. Really close between Swansea and Oxford here. Might be an overtake shortly. So Oxford have moved past Swansea. Birmingham handing over. Oxford in second. Swansea handing over in third. 3 minutes 5 on the clock. Leeds Beckett handing over in fourth, 3 minutes 11. Nottingham come through 3:15. Then Edge Hill 3:20. And Leicester in seventh place. As we see Birmingham running the final bend. Leicester changeover now. 3:36 on the clock, so getting a flavour of where everyone is in the race. So here come Birmingham across the line. 3:55.30. Oxford second. then Swansea behind. Nottingham have overtaken Leeds Beckett on this final leg. And here they come in to finish those two. And then Edge Hill finishing as well. And Leicester waiting for them to finish as well to conclude this first heat of two. So coming down the home straight now. Right, one heat to come then. And it will feature Stirling, Leeds, Loughborough, Exeter, Durham, Sheffield and Newcastle. Nathaniel Moses, bronze, 54-56 Loughborough. And then Armstrong, silver, 55-88 Loughborough. De Montfort's Nazamo, 56-48, taking the gold. So those are your men's discus medalists. And great to see De Montfort represented on the top step of the podium. Oh, we've got a clock on the main stand. I hadn't seen that. So it's 6:10, as you can possibly make out from that distance even. So as always with relays, you do kind of wait and see if there are any disqualifications before really calling the results. We know that from the women's 4x1 there were no DQs, and as I mentioned before, Bath, Cardiff met Birmingham, Northumbria, Cardiff, Swansea, Sheffield, Nottingham made it through from the women's 4x1. And let's see if we can have a look at the men's. Brunel, Swansea, Nottingham, Trent, Loughborough, Cardiff, Nottingham, Cardiff met, and Birmingham. Men's 4x4 has also come up, and it's showing that Oxford 3:20.97, the fastest time. It's impressive. Birmingham, Cardiff Met, Sheffield Hallam, Leeds Beckett, Liverpool, King's College, Liverpool John Moores.
Had a good day.
Right, okay, so this 4x4 team, let's see who's coming out. You can see Emma Alderson's part of Loughborough's quartet. This is an event that Loughborough have really dominated in. Often I think they can put out two teams that can win. They have used Jessie Knight and Jess Turner and Kirsten McCaslin and Emma Alderson in the last few years. Plenty of other athletes they could call upon. Nessa Mie, been part of many Loughborough teams. The full lineup though: Stirling, Leeds, Loughborough, Exeter, Durham, Sheffield and Newcastle. And you know, I think it's, in respect of the weather being about to change, I think it's a good thing that there aren't too many races to come, because I feel like the heavens might erupt, and it might be more than the little few drops that we saw coming down a moment ago. But don't you worry, all our equipment is covered.
Volunteer as such, because we're national officials, so we're on the list and we get selected for certain meetings. Especially America starts at 7 in the morning, which means we have to be on site by 5.
Well, lane 1 not being used here. So it's Sterling in 2, in the green. Are you writing down your colours? Leeds dark green, Loughborough African violet, Exeter, another dark green, Durham white and palatinate or purple, Sheffield black, and Newcastle navy predominantly. So, loud wall of noise once again to get this heat underway. Some of the athletes have got, they're kind of we often see in cross country, they've got their team colours in face paint. Adds a little to the atmosphere. So Newcastle just being passed there on the outside by Sheffield. Sheffield a few years ago got a relay bronze indoors, where they run the 4x2. Remember Ella Barrett bringing them home. So here we come, Loughborough emerge through the roof, Sheffield on their outside. Sheffield having plenty left in the tank towards the end, but Loughborough are going to hug the inside in the lead. So it's going to be very close actually for second place at this point between the Sterling athletes.
And they're going to move into second. Sterling 2 move into second.
Newcastle continuing to be the loudest team here. We already know that 3:55 was Birmingham's time, and the Oxford 4:02, Swansea 4:07, Nottingham 4:16. So anything faster than 4:16 would be a good time. So lots of opportunity to qualify. Leeds Beckett 4:17. So here we go, 2 minutes into the race. Emma Alderson takes the baton for Loughborough. Sheffield closing, Sterling in third. Leeds just beginning to tire. I think they've used some of their 800 runners on this, so should have good endurance. Durham in fourth, Durham overtaking. There we go, Alderson leading for Loughborough, then Sheffield in second, Sterling third. So Loughborough going to hand over in the lead, and quite comfortably so. So Loughborough come through leading. Another 60-second lap thereabouts. Sheffield in second, Sterling in third. These gaps are now beginning to grow. Leeds on their final leg, and Durham extending their lead over Exeter as well. So Loughborough 200 metres from home. So by the way, Newcastle in sixth place. They're about to hand over now onto their final leg. But could be that fourth place or more qualifies. So here we go. Loughborough, I think this is going to be a little off Birmingham's time. So Loughborough in 3:57. Sheffield going to be around third fastest overall. Leeds again probably will still qualify. We'll wait for those times to come up. Stirling finishing. Durham, Exeter, and Newcastle. Well, I hope you can hear the noise. It really is brilliant. The athlete in 6th place, and her team giving her that extra. Well, there we go. So results will be available on the Roster Athletics app. So there's just a chance for me to mention really how great it is that these are the BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championships, and to celebrate the amazing talent on display at this year's champs, BT are giving away BT Sport free for 6 months. So to enter, you can click the link in the live stream description, and if you're thinking your next career step is around the corner, not sure what to do, then again head to bt.com/careers and take a look at the options available. BT could have the perfect one for you. New Balance as well, BUCS new kit provider. Don't forget you can order your own personalised New Balance kit while it's still available. Check out what's on offer, and to order, click the link in the live stream description. Well, that concludes today's action, and we will restart at past. Oh no, it's not even past. It's 10 o'clock tomorrow, even earlier, for the 5,000 metres. So less time to wait than I thought. And then we will continue all the way through until 4:15 in the afternoon, with track and field finals to come. So do join us for as much of you can as that. I mean, what else could you be doing on the Bank Holiday Monday? So we shall see you then, as the times have come through on the Roster Athletics app for that second 4x4. And, well, we can certainly see that Loughborough have joined Birmingham and Oxford and Sheffield. It was very close between both of those second teams, both 4:02s. So that's certainly 4 teams through. And then you've got Swansea on 4:07, Leeds on 4:10. That's 6. And Stirling on 4:14, and then I believe Notts on 4:16 all make it through. That's been confirmed. So nice to be able to wrap that up. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'm a connector of people.
I'm the reason you can video call your loved ones.
Let friends know you got home safe.
Work from home or jump on the latest social media trend.
Whether I'm climbing in a city or somewhere remote.
Jumping in the van early in the morning to repair storm-damaged cables.
Fixing a fault at a roadside box.
Or learning about new technologies.
I'm proud of what I do.
Because what I do impacts millions of people every day.
I'm literally connecting people.
If you told me last year that I'd be working as an engineer, keeping the country connected,
I'd have said, no way, that's not me. I'm not even technical.
But here I am. I guess we're in the business of changing people's minds as well as careers.
I work for a company that values me.
BT encourages me to learn and progress my career.
One day, I could become a specialist, a trainer, or even a leader.
I'm proud of what I do.
I'm powered by me.
And empowered by BT.